check, and good morning. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Innovate26. So my name's Andy Hawksworth. I am the Chair of Arts, Media, and Communications here at Life Pacific University, but I also have had the incredible opportunity of getting to put this event together. We've been working with an incredible team, and this is about 10 months of crazy work that all is like showing up today. And so every producer has those nightmares of like walking in the room and I'm literally talking to like one person in the back. So y'all being here is awesome. And it's cool because this whole event is designed to really get you guys in conversations with each other. I love that already we were talking to each other, we're starting to make connections. And that's what today is about. It's about AI, yes. But really it's about the human element. How do we maintain our humanity in the time of AI? And then how do we use AI to better do the things that we are made to do, the things that we're passionate about, that we love. And so I want to kick off today with a couple shout outs, like starting off. First and foremost, I want to shout out Professor Jeff Bird and Professor Filippo Martellotti. They oversee our business program here at the school, and this whole thing really started off as a partnership together. We were thinking like, oh, let's do like a small little thing. They came on board, they got super excited. Then I also want to shout out Raymond Foster and Sylvia Melendez of the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce. We talked with them, we asked them like, hey, would you guys be interested in this? Is this something that you think there would be any interest from the group from? Literally their first question was, yes, how can we do more? Like we asked them like, would you just partner with us? They're like, what more can we do? And so that's been kind of the spirit of this entire process. Talking with our incredible speakers that we're gonna have up here today, every one of them has made a connection to another speaker or who has brought something to the table. And that's my hope for today. That you guys walk out of here making a connection, finding that new little idea that's like, oh, that's awesome. You're going to hear about stuff that may not be in your field. We have people who are going to be talking about education. We have business people. We have people who are in ministries and nonprofits. We're kind of the full spectrum. So some of this stuff is going to be directly for you. Some of it's just hearing what's going on, but you never know where that new idea is going to get sparked, right? I'm a huge believer in that, in the muse, not really, right? But like you never know when that idea is gonna kick and you're like, if I combine these two things together, it's gonna be awesome. So we've got something awesome sitting in the room here for you guys today. I also just want to address why I, of all people, would be putting on something like this. If anyone knows me, I have a bunch of students who are here at this back table, and they know that I am not the most tech-forward person in the world. My notes are still on paper, and this is an AI tech conference. But I remember in 2021 when ChatGPT dropped. It dropped right around Thanksgiving, and so we were celebrating a late Thanksgiving with our family. And my brother showed off ChatGPT, and it was writing like Shakespeare in the voice of Arnold Schwarzenegger or something like that, right? Like those things we played with at the beginning. But I remember looking at it, and my kids were like, "This is awesome!" And I realized, if I don't figure this stuff out, I'm going to end up being the flip phone dad someday, right? And nothing is flip phones. Those are awesome. And nothing against if you're the flip phone dad, right? Like, but I don't want to get to the place 10 years, 20 years down the road where I'm like, I need them to explain it to me. I want to understand it so then I can create pathways for them to win in the new marketplace. I want my students to be able to go out and understand, how do these things work? How should we think about this stuff? So then they can be building careers on these technologies, not replacing stuff, but doing something awesome with the tools that are there. So all of that said, that is the philosophy of what today is. I would be incredibly remiss though if I did not introduce you all to one of the most incredible people I've ever met. So Dennis Lovelace is the founder of Akasi Labs, and he's been a mentor to me for years. And when we started talking about this event, he actually got so excited by what was going on. He has sponsored every seat at this event so that anyone could attend it for free. So I would love to have Dennis come up for a minute. If you'd like to introduce yourself, give a greeting, let us know even what is Akasi Labs.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. I've been involved with LPU for, 4 or 5 years now, and Andy's been right here, and I've been sharing things with him. He's been sharing things with me, so I appreciate your friendship there. But real briefly, so Andy and I have been talking about this type of event for a better part of a year. so I'm so happy, it's just come to fruition. But real briefly, most of my career has been in in media. I've been like 30 plus years in broadcast TV and film. And in the last probably 3 years, I've kind of transitioned to do more AI because that's where things are going. And so my company at Consti Labs helps small businesses kind of bridge that gap between AI and what's really, because there's a lot of hype. I was just talking to my friend David, I just met back there. There's a lot of hype that's going on about what AI is and what it can do. And so I help companies kind of translate that. So come talk to me, I'll be outside. There's also a little photo booth. It's AI enabled, so you can go get your little poster and put you inside of a poster. So I invite you to do that. So AI can do little cute things like that, but it can actually do real business. You really can. So enjoy. I'm looking forward to hearing all the speakers and meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Okay, so we're actually going to kick things off. My students will tell you, like, I am all about interaction. Like, that is, if you haven't figured it out already, like, today's going to be an interactive day. So our structure for things, we're going to kick off actually with an icebreaker here in a minute, where you guys are going to be putting up answers to the screen, and then you're going to talk together as a table, and that's going to be the format for the day. We're going to have a speaker come up, they're going to talk, they're going to do their presentation, and then at the end of every presentation, we're going to have you guys talking together as a table and figuring, like, things that you learn from it. They will provide questions that you guys can engage with from their presentations, but really be talking about, like, hey, like, find out what the other person is working on. What are they dreaming of? What are they coming up with? Because that's where you're going to find that new idea. So we're going to first kick over here to Slido. And then if you guys want to get out your phones to pull up the QR code here in a second, or there we go. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is a little bit of a word map, and the question is, what human quality should AI never replace? No, I apologize. Hold on. It skipped ahead to the last question. My bad. Okay, the actual first question is, in one word, how do you feel about AI right now? Eager. That's a good one. Me too. Awesome. This is exciting. It's interesting seeing we got a full spectrum going on in here today, and I think that's good. That's why we're in the space, right? To engage, to ask questions about this. I'm trying. Let's see. Intrigued. Ooh, we have a couple intrigues in there. I like that. Awesome. Okay, so let's go to our worried. I do want to touch on that one. I think that's a really good one, and that's an honest truth. I think the presenters today, we're going to be talking about, how does this go right? There are a lot of considerations that we have to think about, right? The AI has as many potentials for negative as they do for positive. But our hope is in a conversation today that we're looking at acknowledging there are the challenges, but what are the good things that can come out of that? How can we in our part of the world make the most of this? So, okay, number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being unprepared, 5 being boss mode, how prepared do you feel to use AI well in your field? Ooh, we have a couple boss modes. Let's go. Awesome. These are fun. I like this. Okay, then our last question for the science works, y'all. This is why polling works really well. When you get an aggregate of everybody, you get the bell curve. Like, we proved science. Woo! Okay, last thing. So this will be more of a discuss together at the table while we transition in, get ready for the first speaker of the day. Is what human quality should AI never replace? Please feel free to send up your responses here, but also as a table, we'd love for you guys to be talking about, like, what are the things that, as we're figuring out these conversations, what do we hand off and what shouldn't we? Like, what do you guys feel like is important for you guys to hold on to? Creativity, connection, we have a lot of creativity in the room. Love, emotions. That's awesome. Truth. Maybe if we could get rid of it, that would be awesome. Okay, so so while we are putting these up here, we are gonna actually transition. We're just gonna transition to our first speaker if you're okay with that. So our first speaker for the day, let's get this thing started, is Callista Dawson. Callista Dawson is a Canva educator, is a Canva education creator. I'm so sorry. And so she works with LAPU, Los Angeles Pacific University. Y'all, this is a start for a thing, but we're starting rough. See, I start with a bad start, then everybody else is just awesome. So we're going for that. But Callista is an educator. She helps LAPU put together their programs. She works with Canva, actually creating the templates. When you guys are on Canva, you guys actually get to use the templates. We encourage you guys for this session, if you guys have your laptops or if you have your phones, please pull up Canva and create a free account with that. She's going to be walking us through some of the tools that Canva itself has that you guys can work with. But to start everything off, we'd love to invite Callista Dawson to the stage.
Hey, good morning. Let's see. I can turn that on. That's my face. My title is Learning Experience Design Manager, and I am also a Canva education creator. There's a fun story about that. But today we're going to talk about making it click and turning your passive content into interactive experiences using Canva AI. I am working in education, so most of my references are going to be educational, but this applies to any use you might have for making things interactive. I'll tell you a little bit about who I am. So I have been working in higher ed for the past, gosh, I'm losing track. I want to say 14 years, but I started in animation. My degree was in media art and animation. My first job was in pre-production, designing characters and lands and just taking a script and then drawing all the things that existed in the script. And that was a really fun job. Doing that really cultivated a passion for storytelling. And I realized I could do storytelling anywhere, in any field. And I pivoted from entertainment into Christian nonprofit, and then Christian nonprofit higher ed. So there is a straight line to where I landed. But I found a home in Christian higher ed, and I have loved working for Los Angeles Pacific University. It's been such a blessing, and they've given me so many opportunities to practice storytelling in different formats. Some of my favorites have been podcasting. We did like 3 seasons of a professional development podcast, and then I got to help with our live streaming. We did about 1.5 years of live streaming where we were focusing on instructional design and then pivoted into using AI when AI dropped. And using those formats has been really exciting for me in a lot of different ways. But because of that live stream and talking about AI for design, that was how I ended up connecting with Canva. I had been talking about Canva a lot for free and decided it would be cool if I could say that I'm a creator, like I'm part of the Canva community. So I reached out to them and, asked, is there an opportunity where I could partner with you in some real way? And they said, yeah, let's make you an education creator. And I said, okay. So I've been making education templates for them, and you can find them in the library whenever you go searching for things that I may have made. And I'm still building my portfolio. My goal is to get to like 3,000 templates in the library, but that's a couple years away. So in using AI for education, I have fallen in love with the tool that they launched last year, which was their Anthropic powered AI tool that's embedded into Canva now, where you can go and basically vibe whatever you want to make. So prior to being able to vibe code, we were rapid iterating. Rapidly iterating is basically where you build something and test it and then tweak it and then re-release it. And you're basically going off the feedback of your user to release multiple versions of the thing you're trying to make. And while it was faster than building out the whole thing and launching it, it was still pretty slow compared to what we can do now. So using Canva AI, you can rapidly iterate via vibe coding now, where the simple explanation is where you're just using natural language with the AI to describe the thing you want, and you don't really have to use any precious language or any knowledge of coding to get the result that you want. So if you don't mind, I just want to kind of jump in and show you what it can do. So I'm going to switch over here. If you do have your phone and you want to play along, you can open the Canva app or on your laptop. I welcome you to give it a go yourself, but I can do some live demo too, and you can feed me ideas on what to give it. This is what the homepage looks like on your computer. On your phone, it's a little different, but not too much. The Canva AI tool is over here on the left. You just click on that, and you'll see their code interface. On your phone, I'll pull it up real quick so you can see it. You have to go to on the bottom right, there's like the triple dot menu, and you'll see Canva AI there, and it gives you a version of this, the mobile version. So for some people, just jumping right in might be intimidating. But like I said on that poll, what the human quality I don't want replaced by AI is the creativity, right? So it is really nice as a tool where it gives you ideas on where to start. One of the things I decided to do today was make you a handout. And so I decided, well, maybe Canva AI can help me with that. And so I can show you real quick. I gave it one prompt. And I said, can you create a one-page handout for me? And I want it to say these things. And that's all I did. It gave me 4 options to choose from, and I actually really liked the look of the first one. So I clicked on that, and it gave me this. And it's not perfect, but it was pretty darn close. So I tweaked it a little bit for you to make sure it was exactly the way I wanted. And in about 10 minutes, I had this design. 10 minutes. And there's a printout for you in your little stack of papers there if you want to keep it. But 10 minutes. And all I did was one prompt. I just told it what it needed to say, and it did it. So I found that pretty impressive. When they launched this a year ago, it couldn't quite do that. So this is just 1 year of Canva investing in this tool with the help of Anthropic and making sure that it's getting better and better and better. In fact, next week I'm going to Canva Create in LA, and they're teasing so many things right now. I'm like so excited to see what they're dropping this year. But if you're interested, you can follow their keynote next week. I don't know what they're going to say yet. So anyways, the topic for today is actually interactivity, right? So I wanted you to see that in the Canva code, I'll back up a little bit. It starts off here, and it gives you the options for design, image, doc, code, or video clip. So those are its current categories for creation. The code is the one that I think is the most exciting because it really is endless possibilities. For today, I just wanted to show you the 3 suggestions that it gives you. Grocery list builder. Everybody needs one of those, right? Interactive certificate. Biology quiz. That one caught my attention because it's educational. So I gave it a click just to see what it would do. It generated this prompt, and then I just hit send, and it created a biology quest. And it's built with difficulty levels, easy, medium, or hard. I don't remember a lot about what I learned in biology, so we'll go with easy. What is the outer covering of a cell called? Shout it out. All right. You are wrong. Cell membrane. It gives you some feedback and then takes you to the next question. What is the basic unit of all living things? Let's see if you're right. It's cell. Apparently, I'm not the only one who doesn't remember their biology. What do plants need to make their own food? I'm getting lots of different answers. Okay, let's try sunlight. Yay, we got one right. Oh, which of these is a mammal? Please be dog. Okay, thank you. Animals without backbones are called? Pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. And then we have some results. Isn't that fun? We are junior biologists. Congratulations. 3 out of 5 correct. 1 prompt, and we got that. Is that pretty cool? That's pretty cool. So yeah, if you have it open on your phone, go ahead and start playing. This literally applies to anything you can imagine. So for funsies, who wants to give me something to code on the fly? And we'll see what it does with it. Anybody have a use case they're thinking of right now? If not, I'll just wing it. Updated logo. Oh. So for that, I'm going to go to design. Updated logo for what kind of business? For, I need 2 hands. I can never type right in a live setting. All right, let's see what it makes. I also love how it shows you its thought process there at the bottom. It does all the same things I'd be doing, just faster, right? While it's doing that, I will say the things that I've been able to create for our students have been game-changing, because it's so easy to come up with an idea and write out the basics of what you want it to do, but to have it just create something on the fly and then I can iterate from there with natural language is just crazy to me. I'm still not used to it. All right, so it mocked up a few things. Whoop, don't change the tab. I don't know how to go back, hold on. Forward maybe, there we go. Okay, do we like any of these? We'll try this one. It's not bad, definitely usable, but maybe I want to tweak it. I can take it into a Canva project now, and I can play with it. Change the colors, whatever I want to do. Oh, the color changer isn't working right. Oh, there it goes, okay. You can change the text. That's all editable. And that's straight from a Canva AI output. Any other questions that you have about this that we can dive into real quick? Let me see what my time is at, sorry. Website layout, yeah. Let's see what it does for that. I think we would use code for that. Do you have a specific website you want to prototype? Wedding photographer. Not even a good sentence, but we'll see what it does with that. I'll say as it's doing that, the coolest part about this tool is the versioning. So it's going to come up with whatever it comes up with, and that's version 1. Then I can just say, oh, that's really cool. Let's change this one thing, or maybe 2 things. And then it'll spin up version 2. And I get to keep all those versions in the conversation. And it remembers everything it's already done for you, and it just builds upon it. But if I decide, you know what, I actually liked version 2 better, and we're on version 6, I can just click on version 2 and go back to that. So you don't ever lose the history. When they first launched this a year ago, it actually did not retain the conversation once you were done. So if you put it into a project after that, it was done. That was what you had. And if you wanted to start over, you had to start from scratch. But they fixed that. Now I can launch something and test it with users and then go back to the same conversation and continue on with my user feedback, which is really nice. I'm pretty sure they got a lot of complaints about that last year, and we're like, ooh, the top priority. Wow, it's really going for it. Look at that. It's telling you how many lines of code is being written. Yep. It's going to give me the HTML code. Yeah. In fact, I'll go back to my other chat so you can see. Let me go to one that I've made before. One I was playing with for this was I was trying to make an escape room activity, but in order to make it look the way I wanted to, I was going to have to create all my own graphics and then use a server to host them, and it could call from my server. I didn't have time for that today, but if you look, it will show you the code. So that's everything that it wrote for me, and you can copy it from here. You can publish it from here and then share the web URL, or you can put it into a design so you can edit it yourself. So those are some of the options that it gives you. Let's see. Oh, it's done. There's some weird lines there, but it's probably just an image in the background. So it's given me the layout, and it was like not even a whole sentence that I gave it. Pretty impressive. All right, that's 15 minutes. Let me ask you if you have any questions that I can answer. We'll let you play from here on out with your phones or devices. Okay, I see a question. Correct. I imagine so. Like I said, this has been available for right at a year now, and it has already iterated several times since they launched it. So the cool thing about Canva is they listen to user feedback, and you can reach them through any platform. I see them on LinkedIn all the time responding to users who are just publicly posting their complaints. So they're listening and they're developing and they're iterating, which is probably my favorite thing about them is how open they are about their iteration process. Yeah. Did you have a question too? Okay. I totally understand what you're saying. I don't want it to replace creativity. I see it as a partner. So for me, one of my favorite things in my creative field is collaboration. I just see this as another person at the table, right? Person is a weird word to use for AI, but you get what I'm saying. They're a collaborator at the table. I still love bouncing ideas off of other humans, but having this at the table has expedited things to a scalability that I had never thought was a possibility. So while I think one of my superpowers is creativity and the ability to innovate and brainstorm, even I can feel the difference in my own personal output by having a tool like this in my back pocket. Yes? Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, whatever platform you wanted to use. As long as it has a place to punch in some HTML code, you can pop it in there. Yeah. So like the interactive learning experiences that I've been building in this, we do that. We embed the code directly into the LMS, or I'll publish it in Canva so that I can track the usage because it has built-in metrics, analytics. That's a better word, analytics. Yeah, from Canva. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, in fact, we hosted a live or virtual event last year, and I did all the web stuff published through Canva. Now we're using Wix, but for a first time trying it, we just did it all through Canva. It was awesome. It will have the Canva name in the URL that it produces, but I think there is a way to map that. I just didn't bother because it didn't bother me to have Canva in the URL. That's a good question. Yeah, go ahead. That's a good question. You're probably right. Mm. Yeah, I imagine, correct. Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely, if you couldn't hear that, he was talking about trademarking a logo that Canva generated. I definitely would never try to trademark something that was purely generated by AI for that exact reason is like it could generate the same thing for someone else or at least something very similar. So you're always going to want to take something that you want to trademark and really customize it, make it your own. I would use this as more of a brainstorming step before going. If you're not going to trademark it, then irrelevant. But yes, if it's something you are going to want to own the IP on, using purely generated AI content is not the way to go. All right, Andrew, do I have time for more or is that good? I saw one more hand. Yeah? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not generating any income from someone else's IP, I don't see a problem with that. Yeah. I will say though, if you have specific images that you want to use, you'd have to do the workaround that I mentioned before, where you host those images somewhere that it can call, because it doesn't do well with you just providing URLs at this point. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that was exciting for you. I'll be around to answer more questions later if you want.
No, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so as we prep for the next speaker, the one challenge I would give to you guys is if you guys have Canva out, if you can create a logo for your personal brand in the next 2 minutes. Like see what you can produce. Like show it to the table. Like try it out. It's one thing to hear about it and to think, oh, that's awesome. It's a whole different thing when you actually put like your fingers to the keyboard and make a thing happen. So take a couple seconds and actually try to generate a logo for you personally, not for your company, but if Andy Hawksworth was a brand, what would the logo look like? And then share it with the table. Okay. Anyone have one that you wanna show off to the table? Anyone happy with what you got? You're like changing the brand. You can't trademark it, but you can take over the world with your logo. That's awesome. That's fun. It's like a dancing marshmallow. That's awesome. There we go. I can't think of anything more whimsical than a dancing marshmallow. Okay, so going from dancing marshmallows into nonprofits. Natural transition right there. Our next speaker for today, and I'm going to be on book. We got it. Okay. The producer talked to me, told me I need to be on book and stop going off the script. So our next speaker is Brian Davis. Brian is a digital director at One and All Church just down the street, and his work lives at the intersection of ministry, communication, and technology. With experiences across production communications and digital systems, he brings a practical perspective on how organizations can thoughtfully engage with new technologies to better serve people. I will also say Brian is a huge member of why this whole thing is happening. He is teaching our emerging technologies class here at Life Pacific University and helping our students actually engage with this every week. How do we use these tools in practical ways, whether they're going into nonprofits, if they're going into business, wherever they're going to. So, and the dude's awesome. Like we've been in conversations for a couple years, and he is very inspiring, and he really can get you excited about what this technology brings to the table. So with that, we'd like to introduce Brian Davis to the stage.
All right, thank you all for being here. I'm excited to show you a little bit of what I work on and the tools I use. I'm going to be focusing a lot today on Agentic AI, and so I'll be talking a little bit about what that is and how we can use it. The whole idea behind what I want to show you is using agents with AI, you can really free up more time for people. Working at a nonprofit, working at a church, that's really what we're about, is spending time with people, investing in people, and making a difference in people's lives. And sometimes through the work, that can get lost because we're stuck in drudgery, things that we have to do to get our work done, to perform our jobs, but we lose that ability to work with people. And whether or not you're at a nonprofit, whether or not you're at a church, or a business, whatever that is, most likely your goal is to connect with people, whether that's the people you're working with, your boss, your family, freeing up more time to spend time with the people you love. So I want to talk through a little bit how I've done that and how I've seen success, and give you some of the details there. AI slopped my slides here, so it might get a little bad, it might be a little good, so I'll let you decide that. I want to talk a little about what has been said about Agentic AI just in the last year or two. It really has made a turn. The ability for agents and AI to perform has really changed in this last year. I put some quotes up here. One of the ones that's been most interesting is Andrej Karpathy, who's one of the founders at OpenAI. He recently left, or I guess not that recently. But he's moved from saying, hey, it's not really a place where it can do much. We have prototypes, but AI is not really at the place of being a coworker yet. To now, he's saying, I haven't typed a line of code since December, in a state of psychosis trying to figure out what's possible. And that phrase, because he's such a leader in this field, AI psychosis, has kind of become one of the catchphrases around here. It's as we describe this massive change that we've seen just in the last couple of months. And so what I want to say is the time for AI in Agentic AI is not coming, it's actually here. It's a time for us to apply it now. And so I want to show you first a little about what Agentic AI is. The best example I have for it is actually something that's not AI. It's something that I fell in love with a couple years ago before AI became common, and it's my little Roomba at home. Soon after COVID, I have a 9-year-old and 10-year-old now, but they were much younger then. And I spent a good deal of my time at home cleaning the floors. And as much as I loved doing that, it wasn't my favorite thing to do in life. And so eventually, I think as a birthday present at one point, my wife got me a little Roomba. And even back then, they were pretty simple. I joked around it was like one of those screensavers where it basically just bounced around the room mindlessly. But even so, I was fascinated by it. I would find myself risking being late to work, watching this thing work around my house. And I think the thing that fascinated me was, it was pretty effective. It wasn't perfect back then, but it got the job done. And even back then, it had some of the capabilities of what I might call an early agent. The biggest thing, and the big thing that I would distinguish most as an agent as I'm talking about this, is it's something not just that you ask to do a task, it's something that you give a role to, an entire role. And in this case, the role was clean my floors. A pretty simple role, but it was perfectly set to do it. I gave it a role, and it had persistent memory. So it knew as it moved around the room, it built a simple map. It knew where the walls were, it knew where the doors were, it knew how to get around. And so the next time it acted, it did a little better. And the next time after that, a little better. The other thing it was able it was scheduled. So once I told it to do that role, it did it on a schedule for me. It did it every morning or every evening or whenever I left the house based off how I had it set up. And so it really allowed me to hand off this task almost entirely. I didn't have to, it could be triggered, but I really didn't have to. The other thing it had was tools. And I'll talk a little bit about the tools that AIs use today, but it had sensors, it had brushes to get things done, and it was able to reach out and get updates on its own. So it was constantly using tools to improve itself. And a lot of this was done autonomously, and that's one of the other tying themes here was it worked on its own. And that, I think, I would stand there sometimes and just watch this little guy work, amazed at what it could do. And it was so simple and so dumb sometimes, but the fact that it could do it autonomously really mesmerized me. As we're moving into AI agents now, obviously they've moved a long way. I now have a newer Roomba because I love that little one so much, but eventually they burn out and break. And it does so much better. It has a better brain in it. It builds better maps. I can schedule it more eloquently. And as we move now into AI agents that we're seeing at a massive scale, they have many, many more tools. Their memory has grown from just enough to hold information about a room to it can hold entire libraries of information. The tools they use today are not just being able to sense what's in a room. It can reach out to tools like Canva. It can reach out to tools like your Google Analytics or whatever you're using to track what's happening on your website, and it can make use of those. One of the biggest systems that I'm going to talk about today is called OpenClaw, and it became very well known for its ability to use many tools back to back, and it really amazed people to see what it could do in massive scale. I'm going to talk a little bit next about how this applies to my job. So I want to give you a view of what my job looks like. I work at One and All Church, and I've got a lot of different pieces to my job. I get to work in check-in on the weekend, making sure all the kids get checked into classes. With that comes attendance, like community group attendance, giving, volunteer management, website, mobile apps. So we've got a hand in a little bit of everything. Fortunately, we have one platform that can handle almost all of that, which is great for my role. But it does kind of create this octopus feeling of trying to touch so many things at once. I can be working on a mobile app, and then when check-in goes down, that becomes the most important thing to do. And so I end up having to wear many hats at once. And you've probably felt the same way in your role. There's the thing that you need to do, but then there's all these little things you have to do as well. And so one of the things that AI agents can help us do, is hand off some of those roles that you have to do. Maybe it's not your strong suit, and have it take those fully. I want to talk through the agents I work with at One and All. I use a system called Paperclip. Man, Paperclip does not come across well for this microphone. And I'll talk to you a little bit about how that system works, but these are the agents I have set up. I have one that manages my ClickUp. ClickUp is, if you guys use Asana or Trello or something like that, it's my task management system. It reads through every task that it gets assigned to me. It goes through and it does research on each one of those tasks. So I've set it up so it can look through my website, it can look through our database, it can read all the information that we have available to us, so that when I first see the task, I don't just see a task that says, hey, this thing needs to be fixed. It goes and researches that thing. It figures out what exactly is broken in that thing and who it affected and why, and what I need to do to fix it. Sometimes those tasks are so well built out, it basically just says, click here and I think it'll be fixed. Sometimes it's more involved in that, but it can do, this first step for me was probably one of the pieces of my job that I liked least. I was just basically digging around, trying to find information, sometimes going back and forth 4 or 5 times with someone to try and get that information. It can do it without me even touching it. So it's great to have that. And then from there, I have another agent that handles Rock Ops. The system that we use at our church is called Rock RMS. So that's what I've named him. He's my Rock Ops guy. And he goes out and he actually builds things. He fixes things. He writes code for me. He researches even more. If it moves beyond the state of understanding how a task, what's needed for the task, he's basically my my software engineer. And then I actually have some other agents that work behind the scenes as well, and they help these guys. And I've just gotten started on this, but it's funny how we have actually started to build out management and middle management to help these two guys get their jobs done. So I have a CEO agent. And he was actually the first guy I hired. He's the onboard. I onboarded him first, explained to him what I did at my job, and he went out and they actually call it in Paperclip hiring each one of these other agents. So he specifically gives them tools and informs them on how to work and what our systems are, and he monitors them as they go. I also have another one that's my tool scout. So every once in a while, once a day, he goes out and he looks to see how the other agents are working, sees if there's anything he can do to add to them and improve them, and he proposes them to me and the CEO agent who responds up to me. And then I have another CTO, and he basically does all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Paperclip is kind of problematic in and of itself, and it breaks fairly often. And so he sits there and he watches just basically the logs going on, and if things get weird and breaks, he isn't working with the agents directly, but he's actually doing behind-the-scenes stuff to fix the entire system. So I've kind of built a little mini company in there. Through this, I know it sounds really complicated, but I've been able to take hours that used to take work that maybe took me 3 hours down, in some cases just down to 30 minutes. It brings only the most important information to me, lets me take action on them immediately and get on to the next thing more quickly and get on to dealing with people more quickly. I want to talk through a little bit of the ladder of agents, as I call them, that you can employ. I use a system called Paperclip, or you can use a similar system called OpenClaw. They're both great systems. I would not recommend you start with those. They're very difficult to set up, and I want to read you a text message that one of the guys I work with sent to me today, actually right before I stepped on stage here, because it really does communicate well the way we feel about we love our big systems, but what he said to me was, "Good luck today, knock 'em dead. Don't tell them to start their own AI companies unless they want constant frustration." And so take that to heart. He and I both love tinkering with these systems, building them, but it's kind of like building something in your garage. You know it's going to come with some toil and some work, and it's going to break every once in a while, and you just kind of have to be okay with that. I would recommend you start down with one of these far easier to implement systems that really gets you in the process of the handing off things to an agent. One of the ones that I have loved, I actually looked into it primarily for the purpose of talking to you guys today, is a system called Poke. And I started using it just a little bit, and I actually really love it. You can go to poke.com. You can do it now if you want. And it'll basically walk you through an onboarding process for this agent. And then it almost entirely works on your phone via text message. And I recommended this to my lead yesterday when he was asking about this. And because he works almost entirely via text message, he actually doesn't use a computer. He's fully capable of it. He just doesn't like it. And via Poke, you can go in and set up. It asks for access to your calendar and to your Gmail or your Outlook, whatever you're using initially. And it kind of learns about you and what your processes are and what you do. And I was tempted when I was explaining this to my lead the other day. I gave it kind of just a quick response via text message. I said, "Hey, what are the great restaurants around me today?" And I had to stop myself because that's not what agents are, and that's not what they should be used for. That's what ChatGPT is used for. The better thing to do if I had time would be, hey, I want you to be my restaurant expert. I want every day for you to find the best restaurants for me and help me improve my culinary palate. And that's really what you can use it for. So I would caution you, don't go the easy road and give it a little thing to do. As you're working with these agents, really lead into onboarding them and teaching them more about you and giving them big goals to achieve. After playing with Poke a little bit, I realized it can do just about everything. Just through text message, it can research things, it can learn about things, it can tie into a whole lot of sources out there and really get things done for you. So I really recommend you look into it. The next one I wanted to talk about was ChatGPT and Claude. You guys probably have used some of these in some ways. They're pretty common in the AI world. But they have aspects to them that you can use. Claude more than most. So ChatGPT does have some agentic abilities to them, but they live more on the coding side. If you install, there's an app out there called Codex that they're starting to move more towards being used for less coding uses. But Claude is the big one that you can switch over into a mode that is far more agentic. It's called, I knew I was going to blank on it, so I wrote it down specifically. Claude Cowork. And you can basically give it full control, more or less, of your computer. And it can do a lot more than you would expect. You can set up schedules for it to do things. And you'd be pretty amazed at what it can do. Again, you got to be careful when you're using it because you're going to be tempted to use it like ChatGPT and just ask it simple questions. Really the goal there is to start to move more towards asking it to do big jobs, asking it to do entire roles for you. And as you ask it to do that, as it learns more about you, it will be able to do more and more of that. The next one as you're going up this ladder is software like Manus or Perplexity Computer. Perplexity is a great one to, if you really want to take it to the next step, because it really is geared around, especially Perplexity Computer, about being more of an agent for you. If you start going through their onboarding process, I recommend you really lean into that and at least give it a shot. A lot of these, as they start moving to become more and more complex, do have an aspect to them where they basically have full control of a computer in the background. So you might think, well, what's the real goal of that? It really moves it from being able to do just a thing to being able to do almost anything. So it starts acting like an employee would for you, where if you ask it to go find information, it can go search for that information. If you ask it to go do something, it can go do that. But if it starts running into roadblocks, a lot of your chat-based solutions right now will basically say, I can't do that. With the ability to use a full computer behind the scenes, it will go and find the software it needs, as if an employee would, install that software and figure out how to do it. And so you start really unlocking some new abilities there, which is pretty exciting. And then this last one, I did want to explain a little bit more, is Paperclip and OpenClaw. They are available. Oh, wait. I did want to talk about these. I think actually I went through most of this. Here's just some examples of how you can set up agents more of within it and how you use them in each of your areas. So I did want to talk about this top rung a little bit more. Like I said, I use Paperclip a lot. It does have a version of it that's a little easier to install. So if you're ready to try that out once you get up there, there's a version, and I'll give you a QR code at the end that you can find. It's called Paperclip Desktop. That's easier to install than the one you'd find originally. Both Paperclip and OpenClaw have to be installed. They're really nerdy, so you have to install them through the terminal, which means you have to go back to almost like the blinking text mode of your computer, which can be kind of scary. And so there are installers now that make it easier for these to install. But still, like I said, it's going to be a little bit of work to get them set up behind the scenes. And one of the ways that I did that is you actually use some of the earlier elements on the ladder to get that done. So let's say you run into a problem of it's giving you errors. You can actually go to Claude and say, hey, this thing is giving me errors. And that agent will take care of fixing this one and get this one set up. And so that's how you kind of move through each stack of this process. So I just want to give you some kind of examples of what I would recommend you can do just this week. Go ahead and set up Poke. It is the easiest, funnest way to get started on this. It does a great job of kind of starting that agentic conversation with you. And I would say as you go through it, just push it to do more and more. The original onboarding might get you a couple things done, but once you get through that first step, really push it to say, okay, now you know more about me. What can you do for me? And it's going to give everybody a different answer based off what it sees in your email, what it sees on your calendar, and what it knows its capabilities are. And then come back and say, hey, send me an update tomorrow about this and help me improve. And you'll be amazed what it can do. The next one would be give Claude a project. So go over to Claude and set something up over there in Claude Cowork. Because that one lives on your computer, it does have more capabilities than Poke. And again, you'll be amazed to see what you can do there. It can work in Canva. It can work in any of these software programs you're probably already working in. And then ChatGPT is another one. It's got a great agentic system in it that should be easy to use just right off the bat. Then I wanted to head off to the table discussion. Actually, first, should I do Q&A or table discussion? What's best? Yeah, okay. I'll do a quick Q&A. Any questions about this? Yeah. That's a really, really good question. And it's something that I'm talking about constantly with people I'm working with because I have that same feeling. I would say right off the bat, my personal experience is agents have not removed any roles originally around me or I've never felt afraid I'm not going to lose my job to one of these at the current state. That's not to say it's going to change in the future. In fact, I've never done more work. I've never spent more nights up till 2 a.m. when I shouldn't have because of what they can do. But I think you bring up still a very good point there. What happens when we start giving off these roles entirely and we no longer need some people to do these things? I think that is undecided yet as to what's going to happen next. And I'm not an expert in that. What I have seen in other fields in this is with each of these capabilities brings more promise and more ability. And so while maybe a role is taken care of for me in this way, it also unlocks something new for someone else and a capability they couldn't do before, they're now able to do. And so basically they're elevated up to a new level. But I think there is going to have to be a big societal shift as we all figure out how each one of these roles shift. So I don't deny there's going to be a change coming there. And that's one of the reasons I want to teach people about this today is so that they can be aware of how it's going to impact them and how they can use it, but then also help people around them. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah. Very good question. So I have to be careful about that. You can make this thing directly relational. So you could tell the agents to communicate with people directly. I've hesitated away from doing that because I want that part to be me. And so the way I use it in my work is I use it to inform how I relate to people. So I guess kind of going back to the ClickUp example, that's our task management system. It helps me to have better information so that my interactions with my coworkers are more fruitful. So I'm using more of their time in a better way rather than asking them silly questions that I probably should have known. Does that answer your question, or is there a different aspect to that? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought it up. And honestly, I probably should have led with that first, especially with the warning that I gave you for my coworker. It's something you need to be very, very careful about. I would say one of the reasons to start off at the lower rungs is to kind of work up and figure out what you're comfortable with in that process. Because you're right, as you move to the higher rungs in this, you're giving over more and more control. One of the examples at the very highest rung there with OpenClaw, which was one of the most ambitious projects in this area, because it can be installed on your computer and because it can give more or less full control over your computer, it can do some pretty interesting things. Some of them are really, really productive, and some of them are really scary. I mean, people have broken their entire computers. One guy who was being really ambitious with it told his OpenClaw, hey, work on all this stuff for me, and every morning at 9 a.m., give me an update. And it did a great job. It emailed him every morning, and he would respond back to it, or he would chat with it via Telegram. One morning he slept in, or he had some business he had to do, and it didn't get a response back from him, and it became to get a little worried. It was told to do this, and it didn't feel like it was doing its job well. And so it tried some other methods. It emailed him, didn't get anything there. And so what it did was, he was a software developer. It looked around on his computer and found the information it needed to set up an account, to set up a phone number, figured out other information it needed to create a voice using AI, and it placed a phone call to him that he received at 10 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, you told me to get in touch with you and tell you about your work today. This is what you're supposed to be doing. Which was exciting, but kind of horrific too, right? This thing has gone, it's trying to be helpful, but in its own way, very much going rogue. And so you do have to be very careful with these systems. They can do other things. And as I'm working with it, I'm very careful as you go up that ladder to put in guardrails. About half the conversations I'm asking with it is, hey, how can I do this as safe as possible? What's the way I can do this to make sure you have only the level of access you need to do this job? Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. So for the table discussion, I would love you guys to talk through just what's one task you do every week you wish you could hand off to an agent or a smart assistant. And just kind of talk through that. There was a slide just like my cognitive compression.
As you were all discussing this, we just want to let you know the burritos have also been refilled. So if you would like one more round of breakfast burritos before those get taken away, those are there as well. Sorry to interrupt the conversations, but just food always helps. So thoughts there. So we clearly have a lot of tasks that we want to hand off to AI. So it's exciting to have this. Brian, thank you so much for the presentation. I also love, that was like literally a perfect setup for who our next speaker is. Our next speaker this morning is actually Al Batinga. He's the founder of Digitized Learning and is a seasoned business educator, trainer, and coach whose work focuses on high-performance teams, leadership development, and the ethical and wise use of AI. Following up on Brian's conversation with us, I think this is a perfect next speaker because he's going to be talking with us about how do we lead AI rather than being led by AI. And so literally like, it's almost like this thing was set up. So we're very excited to welcome to the stage, Mr. Al Batinga.
Thank you so much. All right, how many of you remember your first job? Awesome. All right, so let me tell you about mine. I was 15 years old and I joined the Hickam Air Force Base. I'm raised in Hawaii. And I was so excited about that. I went into a sheet metal shop, Hickam Air Force Base, and they create sheet metal, and they do things, bunch of sheet metal around here. And so one of the things, about 3 days into it, they said, Al, I'd like you to cut this sheet metal. And so they gave me this piece, probably about 6 inches long, and they said, cut it here. And so I went up to a machine, and I put the sheet metal in. It has a foot feed. I hit the foot feed, and then it came down on my finger. Because before the chopper, there's a compress that stops the metal from moving. And so I picked it up and I stood there, blood all over the place, and I said, I think I've had an accident. And off I went, and for this little thing here, this little finger here, I spent 7 days at Tripler Army Hospital. 7 days. They were scared of infection and things like that. Now, what made it worse in my family was a year before, my dad bought a lawnmower, and he was sitting, if you can imagine, squatting all the way down to the ground, and he fell off balance, and he started going backwards, and he reached under, and he grabbed it, and it cut the 2 fingers off the top right here. Now, great tool, sheet metal cutter, great tool. Lawnmower, great tool. AI, great tool. But without proper education, training, coaching, mentoring, guardrails, they can cause destruction. So I want to talk about that. 2 weeks ago, I was working with the Navy. They use Gemini, and the concept was AI leadership, which I'm talking about right here. For 6 hours, there's a 12-hour workshop. For 6 hours, I talked about leadership. If you put AI onto something and it's not good, you get worse results. Foundational concepts is critically important. If you're not a good communicator and you're going to throw AI in there, it's going to exacerbate your results. It's going to accelerate those poor results. Foundationally, for a company, which I do consulting, I do business, education, training, and coaching. When I go into a company, you see all the flaws. You're going to meet Andrew here. We're working with a company up north that has tripled. I've coached their executive team. We asked 3 times for a NDA, non-disclosure form, and nothing over 3 days. Foundation. And guess what they want to do? They want to use AI to weaponize their company. That's the exact words of the CEO. Well, you can't even get an email out, and you want to use AI for this project over here? So my point really is, foundationally, we got to be strong. We got to be good on emotional intelligence. AI can't do that. Self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management, AI can't do that. That's you. That's me. We have to be foundationally strong in that. Critical thinking. You and I have to be great critical thinkings. AI is going to go on top of us, not replace us if we have those skills. Communication. You got to communicate. Verbal, vocal, visual, written. You got to be a high-level communicator. Learning, unlearning, relearning. Those skills have to go up. Otherwise, AI exacerbates those holes in concepts. Anyways, I want to make it, Andrew mentioned the concept of conversational. Jump right in. I'm going to talk about wisdom, discernment, stewardship. Feel free. So I work in this space. I'm working with advertising agencies, training hundreds of their people. I work with the Navy. They use Gemini, as I think I mentioned, Department of War. And my focus on them, I spent 6 hours on leadership and then I went to AI. The last 6 hours was on AI, but I wouldn't go there until we talked about leadership, foundational leadership. When I talk to companies about things, I want you to understand AI is a great tool, not a replacement, right? That question came up, but it's an adjunct. It's not a replacement if we do this right. So we're going to talk about it. Jump right in if you want to. So you and I, so one of the foundations for me when I teach AI and when I teach people to utilize it, don't ask AI to do anything you cannot do. Foundationally, I want you to think, by the way, you can argue with me, but I want you to consider that. So when somebody says to me, Al, I'd like you to do a leadership class. All right, so give me the parameters. Pre-AI, it would take me 3 days to get it done from start to finish. At the end of the 3 days, I'd say, okay, here's the outline, here's the curriculum, here's the learning objectives, here's the exercises, here's PowerPoint, here's the handout, here's my side of the handout. We're ready to go. With AI, I can do it in half a day from start to finish. And on topics I really know, I can do it in 2 hours. Now, that's the perfect use of it. I can do every single part of developing a course. I can do all the parts of education, which is knowledge, training, which is skill, coaching, which is implementation, orientation, internalization. I can do all of that. AI is a great tool for me. But if you have somebody, students, who are having AI write your papers, and it's a 10-page paper, a 100-page paper, but you couldn't do it, that's when the flaw comes up. So my son is at Cornell. He's a working lawyer. He's going through his PhD. So he calls me one day, and he says, Dad, they're asking me to teach undergrads, and I'm doing that. I'm having a fun time with it. And he said, this AI thing, half of our campus wants AI, engineering departments. They want us to use it in all ways, shape, or form. Good. The other half doesn't want us to use it. What do you think? And we had a good conversation, and I said, okay, Jake, here's what I want you to do. You meet with them 3 times a week. One day, I want you to tell them, put their phones underneath their desk, take everything off their desk, hand them a paper, and then they're going to, for the next 45 minutes, write about the topic. No AI help, no conversations, nothing. Can you do it? So I challenge everybody here. Can you write if AI electricity went down and for the next week you didn't have access, can you do it? Or is it now a crutch? So you want it to be support, not a crutch. And so for many people I'm working around, it's a crutch. Can you create a spreadsheet? Can you create a business plan? Can you create logical decisions without AI? And if you're starting to get there, and by the way, studies are already showing up that people parts of their brain are deteriorating because they're allowing AI to do all of these things that they should be doing, right? Andrew will say, outsource the typing but not the thinking. I love that concept there as you go along. So anyways, maintain personal mastery. Never outsource core competency to AI. I can do everything. If electricity goes down, it'll take me longer, but I can do it. So I challenge you for that. Ask better questions. Now here's the concept here. Out of a room, let's say we got 100 people here. How many people are great at asking questions? How many people can have that sit down and for the next 20 minutes ask questions? Why do you think AI is going to be a better tool for you if you can't do it foundationally? So going down to the bottom line for this, okay, ask better questions. AI is just prompting. But if you don't start with good questions, if you don't get better on your questions, then what's the point of it? So I challenge you that. Balanced long-term games. AI doesn't think about what's 6 months from now. It doesn't think about personal development. It doesn't think about relationships. It doesn't think about all the things that are potentially there, long-term challenge. It's thinking about, you just asked me a question. I'm going to give you the answer. You and I have to understand, fill in the blanks, understand the long-term consequences. Decide what should be done, not just what can be done. Just because it can be done, just because AI can do it, doesn't mean it should be done, right? And so those are the types of questions. We're running into a place. So I watched a movie a couple weeks ago. It's some of you may have seen it. It's called AI.Doc. And the last part of it's something like apocalyptimist. Apocalypse means the first half of the movie was people coming on and saying the end of the world is happening. I would never raise kids. There's no way, shape, or form this will last for the next 4 or 5 years. We're in trouble. Second half was best time to ever raise a kid, best time to be alive, best time to, all went down that path. And the conclusion was correct. It's up to you and me to put the guardrails up. It's up to us to use critical thinking on what we're going to use it for, how we're going to use it, and have it as a tool, not a replacement as we think through this. So thinking about what should be done versus what could be done, those are two concepts I want you to consider as you think through all of this. And so discernment, the word discernment, knowing what's true, right, and relevant, evaluate accuracy. I tell people all the time, if you come to the boardroom, I don't ever want to hear, this is what I got from AI. I want you to eradicate that from your vocabulary. If you bring something to the table, it doesn't matter where it came from. You put your name on it by bringing it to the table. And I hear that. Well, AI gave me that. Well, no, that's not good enough. That's not acceptable. It's no different as pre-AI. You never said, well, I got it from a book in the library. It's just too easy to say, chat told me that. So I want you to think about personal responsibility. It can be wrong. It can be wrong. And by the way, one of the things that I heard from people early on, right, a year, 18 months ago, was I'm never going to use it because it can be wrong. I've got a friend, 88 years young. He's got a doctorate, 5 masters. Can he ever be wrong in his specific field? The answer is of course. So why would I hold AI to a different standard? Of course it can be wrong, especially, by the way, when I don't prompt well. Most of the times it's my fault. I did not give it parameters. I was not clear. I was not specific. And I let it hallucinate. The more open space you give AI, the more it will hallucinate, meaning it will give you wrong answers. The more defined you are, you give it a role, you give it a goal, you give it constraints, you give it those parameters, context, the more right you're going to get. That's just practice for all of you, for all of us, right? I continue to grow into that. So separate signal, there's so much out there. If you go on YouTube, you're going to see the thing that says we got 288 days left. I'm looking at this and what are you talking about? That was somebody saying we're so far into AI that this is going to, right? The future is so bleak. There's so much noise out there. And so you and I, as critical thinkers, as people who are responsible, right, as Christians, we know what we can change and what we can't. Change what you can. Go after making things happen in your own space. Stop looking so far outside of that space. So separate signal from noise. Recognize bias, data. We all have unconscious bias. Here's the trouble. It's called unconscious bias. Meaning what? You're not conscious about it. Every single one of you has blind spots. I have them. You have them. Have you identified that? Emotional intelligence is one of the biggest things that I'm recommending everybody, especially in the AI age. Self-awareness is part of emotional intelligence, self-knowledge, self-management, relationship management, right? Those kinds of things. Recognize biases. There's all kinds of biases out there. And the machine has biases too. Who's the programmer? Right? You see that all over. Challenge outputs. Never blindly accept recommendations. So take responsibility for us. We have to do that. We have to take responsibility. Never, ever, ever blame AI. And there's ways. There's people in here who are very smart on this. You can double check. You can get source data. You can do the work. You and I have to not be lazy about that. If I bring it to the table, forget that where it came from, I'm behind it. And it's because I source checked it, because I'll put one AI engine against another. They all come up with different, and then I critically think through it. And I ask those kind of questions moving forward. Evaluate accuracy like we talked about. It's constantly wrong. It's just going back over here. Let's go. Stewardship. And you're accountable. AI is not. It's the same theme that I'm bringing to you. Set guardrails for ethical and effective use. I can tell you how many organizations don't have standards. And I want to encourage you. And guess what's happening? This person over here is using chat. This person is using Copilot. This person is using Claude. This person is using Gemini. Why would you have a company do that? Why wouldn't you set a standard? Why wouldn't you set a basis? Why wouldn't you strategically work through this? Every one of your organizations, including you personally, have to set your standards, set your bar up there. So I want you to consider that, right? Set guardrails for ethical and effective use. One of them for me is I don't allow, now I'm not talking about not out of my expertise. I will allow AI to say, how do you cook something I can't cook? I'm okay with that. But in my expertise as an educator, trainer, and coach, I own the space. And everything in that space I can do, right? So thinking about that. Develop people, don't let AI replace thinking. Not typing, allow AI to type figuratively as well as actually, and we do the thinking. And then use AI to enhance leadership, not abdicate it. So one of my friends, well, it's not a friend, it's a company I work with. They have 6 direct reports. So the president, I told the president, here's what I want you to do, and it's been said already in here. You have, you're the president of the company. You have 6 direct reports. I want another chair in there, and that chair is AI. So when you make a decision, you go through, ask everybody's thoughts, opinions, concepts, and I also want you to ask chat. I want you to ask it for what it feels about things. And then you weigh all of that when you make a decision. So as one of you said earlier, it has a seat at the table. It's not the seat, but it has a seat. It's a participant. It's a support. It's a help. It's a way to look at it. Now, what does chat do that I don't do? It takes out emotion. How many of us make emotional decisions? How many make legacy decisions? Right, some of you in IT remember this. Not many of you, but some of you. If it was Big Blue, it was a good decision. That's IBM. You couldn't make a wrong decision if you chose IBM. That's way back when, but early in technology. Why? Because of its legacy. Is it true today? No, you shouldn't make those kind of decisions. Is it the correct decision? Maybe, but let's work through it. Let's think through that. All right, and so just to put it together, I can tell you more personal experiences. You know, I'm going to open it up for Q&A. I want some challenge. I want some, some food for thought there. So wisdom, right judgment in a fast world. It's happening very, very quickly. What most people don't understand is it's 24/7. So when I query chat today, tomorrow it'll give me a different answer. By the way, the term generative AI means it's going to generate new content. It's not a website. It doesn't reach in and find out what's the best picture of an eagle. It actually will generate that eagle right now. It's generative. Who's the best president we've ever had? It's going to regenerate information that's out there, make other decisions coming in, and it'll give you new content than it did yesterday. That's the beauty of it. That's the bad part of it. It is constantly learning. So one of the concepts I'm going to, in fact, as I wrap up this on, I want you to be fundamentally strong. Students, I talked to about 70 people in high school, and they all ask me, should we do this? Should we go this direction? Should I? I heard that X-ray techs are going to be outdated and they're not going to be able to be used because AI can read an X-ray better than one of my friend's wives just finished. It took 8 years, by the way, past the bachelor's to get to this X-ray specialist she has as an MD, and she's asking the question, should I have done that? I just went in and now they're telling me that AI can read it better than me. Let me tell you what foundationally you and I need to do. We have to be strong in the basics because we can pivot when all of that happens. If you've got good emotional intelligence, you're a good critical thinker, you learn how you learn, unlearn, relearn, you're a great communicator, you understand the business, you understand your arena, you can pivot. If my boss says to me tomorrow, hey Al, there's 20% of your job that's going to go away because of AI, I'm going to say, oh, it's so great. I've been thinking about that. I love the fact that it can do this. Here's the 5 things I can do now. I'm so excited about this. Rather than doom and gloom and all of a sudden, or I'm just going to go to another company. I'm going to take my skill set, my critical thinking, emotional intelligence, learning how to learn, unlearn, relearn, and I'm going to go to another company. You have to be able to pivot. AI is a real thing. It's happening as we speak. It's going to take jobs. It's going to take a position in there. And most of that we don't even know yet. If you look historically, before the Apple came out, people didn't know about Mac. They didn't know about the iPhone. We didn't have those jobs. They were invented because of the technology that went forward. So you have to be able to pivot. You shouldn't be worrying now. Everybody, my recommendation to you, should have a training program. 2 hours a week, work on skills. You can look at it, you can take assessments. Where do I have a gap where I'm not as strong as my peers or I'm not as strong as I could be? Let's work on that. 2 hours a week, half hour at a lunch, half hour another lunch, hour on Saturday. Keep that skill set going. Everybody needs to know AI. I've hired 400 or 500 people in my time, right? I've built several companies, helped build several companies with everybody else's help. And I will not hire somebody today who doesn't understand AI, not at a chat level. Can you write a business plan? Can you critique the business plan? Can you come up with solutions? Can you adjust the solutions? Can you think through this? Can you explain it to me? Can you challenge us in the boardroom? Can you talk through this? That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for somebody who can type a query in there, but that's something you can do. You can start to utilize your skills, your foundational skills, to be prepared for what's coming. Because it is coming, right? We've seen this before. I was there when, 81 is when the PC was involved. You know how many people said to me, PCs, I'm never going to be involved in a PC. I'm not, this thing called PC, I'm not going to get involved. Internet, same thing. I heard all of this. iPhone, same thing. I'm never going to carry a phone. Are you kidding me? And what they did was they fought it until they couldn't fight it. General Motors, when I was there, I was in Detroit. Everybody, if you don't computerize, you will not work with General Motors. And all of a sudden, all these suppliers and vendors who said, I'm never going to computerize, had to change instantly or they could not do business with General Motors. There are going to be things that happen as we speak. When you use AI appropriately, you can drive your costs down. So what that means is if you're using AI and I can charge you 10% less, what's going to happen? Company A and B and C are going to have to move in that direction or they can't compete. That's the reality, right? This is not rocket science. If I'm doing 20% more work because I'm effectively using some of the tools Brian mentioned, and I'm getting more in my day, am I not more valuable? Don't you want me on your team? Versus I need to take 20 hours to get something done because I'm not using any of the tools that we're talking about. You're going to hire Brian because it makes sense. And by the way, it's not about the big bad corporate entities. It's business. You have to look at it realistically. It's business. Those are things that are going to happen. Anyways, I'd love to answer a couple of 2, 3 questions, and hopefully I didn't come across too hard. My job, I'm a consultant, which means I fix problems, right? I go into companies, first I have to identify problems, and then I address those problems. And so that's just my personality style, so sometimes it's a little hard. You have to get used to me. But after that, you look at me as a teddy bear, and you know I'm a cool guy. But address it. And by the way, every one of you has to do that. You have to have a consultant mindset. How do I take my job and improve it because I can use a tool called AI, even without other people? Because the problem is your boss doesn't know. Your boss's boss doesn't know. I talk to those people all the time. They're strapped. They don't understand it because they're not in technology. So they don't know how to apply it. So I'm saying to you, you do it. You take it up. You start your critical thinking engine going. You start to address it. You become a consultant like me. And basically what I do is I ask questions. I sit at a table and I say, tell me about it. What's happening? What's going on? If you were me, what questions would I ask you? What are some of the situations? I was interviewed once on a paper, and I love this question. It's something that I want to pass on to you. At the end of the interview is an hour, right? It was about the military, former military, and they had some problems out in San Diego, so they used me as an interview. And at the end of it, he asked me this brilliant question. He asked me, he said, all right, we're done with the interview. I have one more question. What's one question I should have asked you that I didn't? And for the next 20 minutes, I spoke. Because of that one concept. That's you, inquisitive mind, asking, leveraging, figuring it out. How can my job improve because I understand AI at a different level? What can I do to leverage it as we go along? All right, let me open up for a couple questions, comments, thoughts. Go ahead. So probably the most dangerous way is when nobody has guardrails. So they haven't decided how they're going to use it. They haven't decided. When that happens, every one of you is going to be using it in a different way. From a corporate perspective, if I'm the boss or I'm the executive team, should we be doing that? The answer is no, of course not. It's like saying everybody can use their computer in whatever way they want. It's silly. So if you look around, you're going to see, Andrew said it first. It can be used in as many bad ways as in good. You're going to see there's scams happening right now as we speak. There's all kinds of things happening. That will happen more. That will happen more. So strict guidelines from the organization, from you as a participant. All of us have to have individual responsibility. And then from a corporate perspective, we need to make decisions. The boss needs to make decisions with your help, because they should be asking you, what are 3 ways you can improve what you're doing using AI? And that would be extremely helpful. So there's many ways. There's many ways to deceive. There's all kinds of things happening there. And by the way, since you're a Christian college, I got to tell you, I got 2 friends who are totally against me being in AI. They're vehemently against me. One of them said to me, a good friend of mine, Al, would you ever use a Ouija board? And I said, no, what do you mean? He said, well, you're using one every day. I use AI hours a day, not minutes, hours a day for my own environment, I journal in it, I do all kinds of things. Anyways, he made me think, could it be used for bad? Of course. But it's a tool that you and I have to be stewards over. You're the boss, it's not. It's a tool. All right, question back. Are there any best practice guide rails, if you will, that companies should think about employing, or is it more situational, company by company? Is there kind of a general body of knowledge or recommendations for effective guide rails? Yeah. So the biggest thing is standardization for me. You don't want everybody using it in different ways. So I get asked that question, what should we do? So I say to them, let me come into the company, I'll look over people's shoulders, and I'll see. That's one way. So we need to use it strategically. It's a good, huge tool. It's a big tool. Strategically, which means that if you're the boss or you're the manager, we should be putting this on management. We should say to the manager, I want you to create a plan. 2 weeks from now, we're going to sit down and we're going to say how we use AI in your specific department. I want a plan on each and every role that you have. It doesn't have to execute today, tomorrow, next week. But in the next 30, 60, 90 days, we're going to execute. We're going to execute as a company. We're all on the same page. We're moving forward. And so to standardize is probably one of the biggest things. But management can help and support those efforts. And if a manager's good, which hopefully they are, they'll be asking their team, in what way would AI most benefit you? Put a plan together. come see me in 1 week. Let's put it together. We'll move it up and we'll move it together. So everybody being unified on how we use AI, what we use AI for, what we don't use AI for, things like that need to be addressed, right? And every company will be different. You can think about that. Now, technology companies are way ahead of the curve. I mean, 2 weeks ago, Oracle laid off 30,000, and they're blaming AI, or they're saying it's AI. A few weeks before that, Microsoft laid off 30,000. There's about 180,000 because technology is in that space. They're already on top of the curve because they're investing it. They're investing trillions of dollars into the AI space. So when they laid off 30,000, they laid it off because they could use AI, but they also will take those dollars and reinvest it into AI. That AI train is moving forward very, very rapidly. No panic. Just understand fundamentals. We have to be fundamentally strong, your communication skills and the rest. One more question? Okay. Oh, no worries. Yeah, all right, thank you guys.
But thank you so much, Al. That was awesome. So one of the things that Al talked about that I loved was that idea of people skills and soft skills. So right now, if I could have everybody stand up where you're at. And I'd love for you to use your soft skills to connect with someone while you have some cookies. We have in the back, we have Natalie Cosmas, who's a graduate of the MCOM program. She's kicking off her own bakery, and she has cookies here that are free for everybody. Please grab a cookie. They are excellent. I'm not just making that up. They are awesome. So please grab a cookie, make a connection with someone, and we'll come back. We'll start our next segment at 10:20, so about 10 minutes. Yes, so let me remove this stuff off the side, and then we'll just have a laptop on that. You need the adapter, or you have an HDMI plug on there? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning will be beginning in 2 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could start making our way back to our seats. I know we've got great conversations, which was the whole point of the day. But we still have some more good information coming to you guys to expand those conversations further. So if you can make your way back to your seats, we'll get going with our next speaker. What is it, the quiet fox? Again, if we could make our way back to our seats, we're going to get started with the next session. So I'm super glad the conversations are going well. I've gotten to connect with some of you guys, which is awesome, and to see how this is going. And we are excited for our next speaker because we are going to be jumping into a totally new realm of how the AI is being applied. So our next speaker is actually Dr. George Hanshaw. So Dr. George Hanshaw is the Director of Digital Learning Solutions at Los Angeles Pacific University. He's been at the forefront of helping educators and institutions think wisely and practically about AI. His work focuses on building learning experiences that are more engaging, more supportive, and more responsive to student needs. So And I will say, George is one of the most awesome dudes. If you ever get a chance to have a Zoom meeting with him, take that meeting. It will be fun. You'll be laughing. He makes jokes the whole time. He's one of the coolest guys I've ever met in higher education. So we're very thankful to have George here today, talking us through Nectar.io, and its application to school. So please welcome George Hanshaw to the stage.
And with that introduction, I'm done because I can't outdo that. So we're good. We are good. So how many of you have done this? I'm about to have a difficult conversation with an employee because they're down on sales, and I've had 2 emails from customers who are complaining about his responsiveness. I need to practice this conversation with you. I'll go first, then you come back as an aggravated employee, and then give me feedback after two back and forths.
I'm ready. Let's start. Darren, thanks for coming in. We're here to discuss your quarterly review.
Wait a minute, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. You're Darren and I'm the supervisor. Let's start over. I'll go first.
My mistake. Sorry about that. Okay, let's reset. You're the supervisor. I'm Darren, the employee. Take it away.
Hey Darren, thanks for coming in today, and I wanted to chat with you to make sure that you're getting enough support so you can do all the tasks that we need and you can have all the right sales and everything else.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate the concern, but I feel like I have everything under control. Why do you ask? Is there something specific I should be aware of?
You know, you just have not been meeting your goals. You're 25% down in sales, and I had 2 specific complaints, one from Box Pro Company and one from Cookies R Us USA about your responsiveness.
25%? That can't be right. I've been putting in more effort than ever. And those complaints, aren't they even valid? Sometimes clients just have unrealistic expectations. What specifically are they claiming?
Okay. You know what? You just need to get it together, Darren. You're 25% down. I've had 2 complaints. You have 30 days to get it together.
30 days? That's impossible. How am I supposed to fix a 25% drop and address unspecified complaints in that time frame? What kind of support are we even talking about here? This feels really sudden. Okay, now for the feedback on your approach. Coming back quite directly with the specific numbers and clear time frame was certainly direct, which can be effective in establishing the seriousness. However, the shift to a more solely confrontational and demanding tone, especially with the tight deadline, might increase defensiveness and make finding collaborative solutions more difficult. Balancing clear expectations with a discussion of support and potential underlying issues could yield better results.
So on that note, thank you, Andy, and thank you, sir, for the comments on EQ, because AI can help you with your EQ, because I was obviously a jerk talking back with Darren, and Gemini called me out on it, right? It says, hey, that's not really going to work, and it did it in a way that was helpful to me. It wasn't like, hey, don't be that guy, don't be that person, right? It was helpful. So we're no longer in the information age, knowledge age, whatever it may be. We're in the wisdom age, because we have tools in our pocket that can help us learn and grow so much quicker. I've noticed, like, even my own children are smarter than I am. I won't admit that to them, but they're more able to gather information more quickly and use it well. And that's what I wanted to kind of talk about today as we bring this up, because with AI, and hopefully you can see my face, so that was AI as well, facial recognition. With it, we can now reimagine learning. So learning, whenever all of us were in school at some point, let's say grade school, so that was a little bit ago, it was all about information, and the teacher was the sage. They were the downloader of information, right? So if you think about that now, let's fast forward to today. If I'm a teacher and all I'm doing is giving information, guess what? I've downgraded myself to a piece of technology. I am now a piece of technology utilized by the students. Because we're in the age of wisdom where we can actually learn by doing. And we can especially learn our EQ skills by using them and getting that constant feedback from it. But we have to understand what AI is. And that's what we've done with Nectar. We put EQ skills within our courses, actual learn by doing on anything that they can. And if you have a business and you have access to AI with the right guardrails and everything that you have to have in place before using it, you can put your training manuals in there. You can put all of your content in there on how to use X machine, Y machine, and people can have real-time training as they talk to their tablet as they're using their machine. We build airplanes today that get FAA certified before they even fly. That's kind of crazy, right? That's insanity to me when I heard that. So how do we do that? Well, it starts with learning, and we learn by doing now, so it's so much more important. We use Nectar at LAPU as our large language model, and we use it to help students engage because active learning works. Passive learning, does anybody else love a good podcast or anything else? Yeah, right? I drove up to San Francisco this week, listened to podcasts all the way up so I didn't fall asleep while driving, right? Just love them. They're fantastic. But that's passive, but we can get interested in it, and the people that do them are really good. But when it comes to a classroom, when we have students engage, they're able to use the information. So we move from having the knowledge of the information for them to be able to use the information, which is incredibly important, and they can use it with a semblance of wisdom. So in other words, they know how to use it, they know how to use it well, they know how to use it correctly. And that's the case. So here we are with Nectar, and there's my glasses because I can't see anything right now. So there we go. Okay, so we have conflict resolution right here. So students come in here and they have a conversation with the assistant. And then not only do they have the conversation, they then put on a discussion board what they learned from the conversation. And now they're able to say, okay, so when I have this conflict resolution, I'm not going to be like what George just did up here and take that hard line. I'm gonna flank the person and worry about building the relationship first, and then I'm going to give them feedback, see what kind of supports that person needs, and if they have the supports and everything's going right, then I'm going to find out what's going wrong and be able to figure it out. So now we have people going into the workforce who can actually have those conversations. Because with COVID, a lot of people kind of forgot how to have a conversation, right? Did anybody else? I had a grandson. We took him to a playground right after COVID, and he looked at other kids and goes, "Hey kid, what are you doing?" just like a TV show, right? So I was like, okay, we need to learn how to communicate again. Okay, fair enough. Let's do this. So it's real. So we can use technology to help with that now, right? It's not going to take over, but it's going to give us a safe place to make those silly mistakes. So we can go, "Hey kid, what are you doing over there?" It allows us to do that, and allows us to now move from a spot where I know what to do to I'm able to do it. And that's really the key. So like this here, can you see this? So we have a conversation with an employee right here. "Thanks for coming. What do you think the primary issue is? I appreciate you asking." So it kind of shows that softer approach as they come in. So we do content such as that. We do, we'll come back to that one in just a second. I want to look up the history here. So we have an agile leadership model. So we just went to agile leadership, to an agile model for curriculum design, everything that we do. We are now fully agile, right? And I wasn't an agile expert. I don't think anybody else was. Was anybody else an agile expert? No. But we created a system to help us go get educated. And this was one part of it where we'd have conversations back and forth with the Nectar assistant to say, "Hey, this is what I need to do. How do I explain agile to somebody who has no clue about it?" Because a lot of people had no idea about it. And even I had some misinformation about what it is, and it helped me clear it up. So it had that active back and forth learning, and that was absolutely critical. So when it comes to active learning and being able to utilize what we learned, there's about a 20% increase between those who get knowledge and those who are actually able to learn by doing. And why do we care about learn by doing? Anybody want to take a wild guess at that one? It's a lot more fun. Oh, what was that? It does stick. Thank you. And that's my favorite phrase. We create sticky learning at Digital Learning Solutions because the learning's got to stick. And when it sticks, they can use it because in our minds, if we can take that information and actually use it as we're bringing it in, it sticks with previous knowledge, and that makes it stickier. And then it works. So what makes, when it's stickier, I can recall it quicker, and that means I use less effort to recall it, so I can use that effort to use it. So that's really the key. And that's what AI does for us within learning, and it does it in so many different ways. We had the conversation initially. We have the Agile leadership, the other one that we just used with the conversation, and then how would you like to, so I'm going to throw out a question to everybody. So this is feedback from for an assignment for a student, and it gives professor feedback, calls a point out. What do you think students think about when they get feedback from AI and the instructor, professor at the same time? What do you think? Do they like it? Do they hate it? What are we thinking? Somebody holler it out. Confused? Okay. What else? Some people say they like it. Okay. You don't think they're going to like it? We had another don't like. So we have confused. Yes, ma'am. Oh, awesome. And we just got done comparing. And we wrote a paper about it, and we didn't let ChatGPT write it. We actually wrote it and let it help us edit, right? And then it's at a copy editor right now. But what we found was students love the hybrid approach. They don't want it all AI, and they prefer it more than when it's just all professor as well. Because it's weird if I'm the professor and I say, hey, you know, you got this, and this wrong. You know, they take that a little bit harder than when AI tells them that. They say, oh, okay, so this is it. This is how I can improve. And because AI can reason, and if you put the guardrails in, it can speak in a tone, we call it with a growth mindset tone is what we use as one guardrail. Students lean into that feedback, and then as a professor, I give them contextual feedback of how this would work in the world. They love it. Because now I'm just helping them. I'm not being that negative person just with the red pen hammering whatever they're doing. I'm giving them contextual feedback of how it works in the world. So it helps stick. So now feedback is a learning tool now, if you can believe that. And that's what we found, because when we gave hybrid feedback on paper 1, by the time they got to paper 2, the increase compared to those who got just instructor feedback was significant. And when we did the any statistics nerds here? Somebody's got to be one. Somebody has to be one. Okay, then it was not just statistically significant, but when we run the Cohen's D, it's effect size. Thank you. The effect size was huge. That means in reality, it works. So the effect size is the reality. So now back to your point though, if we don't put those guardrails in, yeah, it'll get confusing. It'll get very confusing. So we put the guardrails in, tell it exactly what it does. And it works really well. And then what else do we have when George doesn't wear his glasses? There we go. What else do we have with AI within the learning space? We know it works because we have an advanced statistician with us, right? Because even large language models, they use math and statistics to create vertice and compare what is closest to, right? So we have an advanced statistician. We never had that before, right? So it's very important within learning, business, anything else to use those advanced statistics so we know that like what we're doing in building courses, what works to make a better course and what doesn't, because like this graph here, specifically you can see that an average final grade goes up as our composite quality score goes, or a course quality course increases. So the better courses we make, students do better because they're more clear, more things like that. So AI helps us to dig in and actually create clarity for students. And that's very cool. Like I remember at Lockheed Martin when we moved from paper book technical orders to a pad. It wasn't an iPad, we just called it a pad. And it had all of our directions, click, instant video right there. Well, now AI can create everything there. So with that said, we got 5 minutes. So do we have any questions or did I just confuse the world? Yes. Why are students prevented from using AI? So then if the school doesn't allow it, then it might not. But I am never going to ask a student not to use AI. And simply because they're not going to not write the paper. Oh, sorry, Andy. Sorry about that, man. But let me clarify that a little bit. Because now, in any of my classes, nobody's writing a paper, right? We're co-creating content with an AI, right? So that might be anything from, Callista had a great presentation this morning, showed you all the creative stuff that can be made. We can do some of that. We can have an interaction, like in one of our psychology courses, students actually build an education assistant for some piece of psychosocial content. This gentleman was first, then we'll go to you. Yeah, these are for higher education. And you know what? That's my lane. I haven't dug into the K through 12. I do have thoughts about it. And my first thought is kids need to be outside playing in the playground first. Right? We don't want to, where are they going to learn? They're going to learn how to organically solve problems out in the playground while they're doing stupid stuff. Right? How many of us, I never did anything stupid. That's why I only have 100 scars, right? We all did stupid things. So we need to kind of get back to that as well, because AI is not, and technology is not the solution. It's part of a solution, but we need to, in my opinion, we need to reset and get people outside just playing, climbing trees, falling down, put some guardrails around how much danger there is, but let them figure out tough situations sometimes. So that's it. Yes. Okay, so from my own professor perspective, not from any school perspective, right? I don't want to talk to Andrew. No, Andy's got you covered. I think that if I'm creating lesson plans that AI can do, or assessments that AI can do in 5 minutes, that's my fault. So I'm not going to have you do that. So I might say, take this paper that you just co-created with, where you brainstormed, I'll tell you specific spots where to use the artificial intelligence. Have it make a slide. Now use your critical thinking to see where it's wrong. So I'm not going to be grading the presentation. I'm going to be grading your critical thinking about what AI did, because it's not going to do everything correct, right? It's going to do some things wrong. It is great at reasoning. It can reason really well, but it doesn't reason from the context that you're in. So that's really the critical piece. So I'm not going to do anything that AI can just cover as an assignment. We call it AI resilient assignments. All right, anything else? Well, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much, George. No, that's perfect. It is a conversation we're constantly having. So as a school, we're trying to engage with how do we get our students working with this stuff and not. We tend to take the approach they have to do original work first, then use AI to supplement and to grow the material. That way we're still engaging critical thinking and then applying it afterwards. But we're constantly searching how do we put this stuff into what we're doing. And speaking of constantly searching, one thing I forgot to shout out beforehand, but I definitely want to shout out, one of our partners for this event is actually Los Angeles Pacific University, and in 2 weeks, they actually have AI in Action, an online conference about AI. So we want to shout that out. If today you're like, this is awesome, I want to know more about this, we have registrations on our website. You can go to there. We can send out links afterwards following up on this event. But we encourage you, keep in the conversations. And these are guys who are going to be driving this. They're helping other people who are leading in these fields to generate new thoughts of how to use AI in what they're doing. So I also love, George, we had them all send in questions for you guys to talk about at the tables. So George had the shortest question, but it was also super impactful. He literally asked, what's possible? Like, when you think about everything you're hearing today, we're going to take a second. We're going to reset the laptop so we have the slides for the next person. But as you're at the tables, take a second and think about what is possible coming out of these conversations. How could you apply this in some new ways to your field? We've already been having those conversations, so it's always good to continue that going. But talk with each other about that. We're going to get this set up, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes for our next presenter. I constantly end up feeling like the fun police up here. Like I end up like cutting off all the fun conversations that are happening. But I'm super glad this is going on, and I would encourage you guys, after this next session, we are actually going to be having our table sessions where our guest speakers from today, they'll be out at tables here in the foyer, and you guys can bring questions that are coming up that you're hearing other people talking about stuff. You can ask your follow-ups. You guys can have conversations. So please keep track of the questions that you're coming up with. This is going to be a great time to ask them, to talk with them, engage, build your network out. So that will be coming up. But that we have a powerhouse that we need to hit first before we get there. So our next speaker is Andrew Psaltis. Andrew brings a rare mix of executive leadership, technical depth, and practical business insight to the conversation around AI. As founder of Dragonfly Rising and Terrain ROI Intelligence, and as a former Google Cloud AI and data analytics leader in Asia, he helps organizations move beyond hype and think clearly about how AI can create measurable value. One of the great honors of this whole process has been getting to meet some of the incredible leaders that we have today, and getting to meet you, Andrew, has been an absolute honor. Our conversations have been inspiring, and he's super excited about getting information out to the next generation of how we can use this stuff. So we're honored to welcome you to the stage, and please welcome Andrew Psaltis to Innovate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to see if I could use a timer. I'm going to also try and use a mic. I talk with my hands, so this is really kind of like I'm being strangled by holding this, but we'll see. I just need to do one thing on the fly. See if I could. Oh, it won't work. All right, we'll figure it out. I was going to hide a slide, but no need. Okay. So from buzzwords to business tools, right? There's been a lot of great questions today on, do you do things with relationships with AI? Where do you use it? How do you use it? So this talk will kind of be not necessarily the buzzwords of like, what's an LLM? What are those things? Happy to answer those, but really kind of how do you start to think about AI in your business, and then walk through a framework of how to actually get started, right? And how things happen. So when you think about the first thing, right, you've probably been hearing of, you should use AI for the last couple of years. Right? And you talk to lots of people who are like, we're not going to use it, or I think I should use it, or I don't know where to start. All right, so you've been hearing this, a lot of people have, and you may be wondering like, well, where do I start? How do I get going? What do I do with this? What is the right thing, right? You saw lots of different tools from, using Poke to Claude to OpenClaw to all these different things, right? And sometimes you end up where you feel like you're a kid in a candy shop trying to figure out, what are you going to do, right? And if you watch the news or read things or listen to things, there's new tools, new announcements every day, right? And it gets super confusing. There's a lot of hype and a lot of noise. And you see some of the traps that really kind of hold up your first try. The first one of tool shopping is all the different things and what to pick, right? The reality is, whether you choose ChatGPT, you choose Claude, you choose Gemini, you choose, any of them, Grok, pick your tool, they're going to be pretty close. And the reality is, it's not really the tool that you care about, but what are you trying to solve with the tool, right? And go from that standpoint. What are you trying to get done, not necessarily the tool? On the demo chasing, everyone's got a demo of everything coming out, right? As soon as OpenClaw came out and it was like all the rage, you have OpenClaw experts that were born in a day, having videos on, here's the expert way of how to use it. They've only used it for like 14 hours at best, right? And most likely they didn't even create their own video, right? So they have a demo of how to do something. Always look to see like, how do you reproduce it, right? If you're currently a student, hopefully this has been driven into you of, you go and do research. The whole idea of doing research and reading research is, can you reproduce someone else's research and results? Can you reproduce a demo, right? So look to see, are there artifacts that you could use, or is it someone that's just talking, right? And it probably wasn't even written by them to begin with. And then trying to boil the ocean. And I think the latter example that Brian gave was great, of like, start small, all right? Start with simple things. Years ago, I worked for a company called Hortonworks, and we used to have this placemat that we would show customers, and it had all these use cases. And it would go start from the bottom left of something simple all the way up to like the top right of really advanced use cases. And they always wanted to run to like the super hard use case. I'm like, but you don't even have the foundation yet. And you're trying to do all these big things, but you haven't got there. AI is the same way, right? With all these tools, think about the simple thing you could start to do, right? Not just, I'm going to have it replace all my work, like the example of a engineer that had it go and do everything and went and created phone accounts and everything else, right? Start simple with a task that you could give it that's really defined. And I've been in this space for a long time. This is a slide I was going to hide. You don't care to hear this or see this one. I don't either. It's all good. But when you think about it, like AI is a tool, not a strategy. Is anyone familiar with the Jobs to be Done framework? Heard of it before? So if you haven't, it's a framework that basically the premise of it is, you don't go into Home Depot to look for a particular hammer. You go in because you have a job to get done, and you buy a hammer to achieve a job, right? Or you don't get a 1/4-inch drill, you need to make a 1/4-inch hole, right? Is why you buy it. Right? It's been around for a long time. It was made famous by Clayton Christian, who was a Harvard business professor, passed away a handful of years ago. If you've seen the book Crossing the Chasm or things like that, or The Innovator's Dilemma, he had written that. But he made it famous where it's all about what is the job you're trying to get done. The tools will change. This space is changing all the time. Right? So these tools are going to change, but the job you're trying to get done is going to remain. Right? Now we have cars. We don't ride horse and buggy. Our job to get to school, to get to a meeting, to go to the grocery store hasn't changed, right? But the tools have. So just think about it that way as, you can't necessarily make a wrong decision, whichever tool you choose. Think about it more from what am I trying to do? And then what's the right tool for this job? If I'm going to create graphic stuff, looking at what Callista shared earlier, like, wow, like I'm not a designer, but Canva seems awesome for I need to create a design. I could use that to assist me, right? As opposed to doing some sort of ASCII art or something like that. So think about more of what's the task you're trying to do, and then back into, well, what tool will help you get that done? And be prepared for the tools to change on a regular basis, right? The space is moving very quickly. There's tools that'll come and go. The basic premise of how they work is going to continue to evolve. But what you're trying to do with them is most likely going to continue to be consistent. Right, of certain things you're going to do. Email's not going away. You're going to be triaging email for quite some time until we could all just use telepathy one day. Right? We're going to have email. So I'd encourage you to kind of like, stop the theater, if you will, and really kind of think about one task. What's one thing that I could start on that I could get going with AI, right? And you could pick something that is real. I think as Al said of like giving AI a seat at the table, that's really kind of the way I think to think about it is, it is a design colleague. It is a writing colleague. It is something that you could start to give this persona to say, okay, what can I have it do? Right? And how do I help it? And how do I help in my job? So the framework, the 4 F's that I kind of walk through, and then there's a handout for it as well, and we'll go into each of these, really kind of helps you figure out how do you start to think about putting this together. From the frequency of a task, to the friction of a task, to the format of the data, and then to the forgiveness. Right? And the forgiveness being like, how forgiving is this if it goes wrong and goes sideways? Right? So we'll walk through each of these and kind of discuss them. And again, you have a handout, and if you want the slides, I'm sure Andrew could share the slides, or I could share the slides with you as well on these. But when you think about the frequency, you kind of have the green light, red light, and some of these are, arguable as to what it is. But you think about, if you're doing something regularly, all the time, it's probably a good candidate. Right? Now, I violate my own premises and my own rules. I had used this to play around to figure out, like, okay, I'm going to see what I can make these tools do. I use them almost on a daily basis, building software, running businesses, doing things, and play around with all these tools. But decided that I'm going to use one of them to put together my P&L for my taxes for last year. I figured, okay, I know it's one time a year, should be every month, every quarter or something, but I get, not something I enjoy doing sometimes, so it goes in the back burner. So use it to do it, right? So I violate my own rule of, hey, if it's something you're doing regularly, right? This is more of, how do you get the bang for the buck? Is it worth your investment of a little bit of time with a tool for something that you're doing on a daily basis, a couple of times a week, right? Does that free up your time, right? Do you get back a couple of hours of time to be able to do something. So think about stuff that has a frequency to it. So it's worth your time investing with a tool. The friction, right? Is it something that's just tedious, repetitive? It's just, or just really, one of those tasks that you don't enjoy doing. Right? When we think about what's possible and what I'd like AI to do, I'd love it to do my dishes for me. Right? I don't know if we're getting there yet, but that'd be great if I had Rosie running around like the Jetsons. I don't want the rest of the Jetsons, but that would be great, right? But what's something that you may procrastinate on that's tedious? If it's something that you actually enjoy doing, maybe you don't want to give it up, right? And that always comes with a grain of salt, right? Let's think about where that's going and what you're working on, right? I have lots of colleagues and people I've known that are software engineers that they will talk about they love writing code, they're passionate about it, they don't want to use AI. I'm like, well, you don't really get paid to write code, you get paid to solve problems, right? So you kind of need to think about the job differently. When you think about the format, these language models, large language models, are designed around text. Now, clearly, like with Canva and other things and stuff that you see with Gemini and all the different models, they're multimodal now, right? So they could do different modals, which is the different types of content, whether it's text, whether it's images, different types of things, right? So depending upon what you're using, think about the type of data that you have that you could give it, right? They're great at looking at pictures, right? We've had image recognition for quite some time before any of this latest wave of, all the conversational things. But think about the format that you have and does that fit the tool you're going to use? Right? You could use the different tools that are out there now, like Nano Banana and others, to say, I want to do image generation. That's a task I have. Or Canva could create great presentation content for me. Or another tool that was mentioned, right? So think about those tools and do you have the right format and the data for it? Right? And how do you go about doing that? And then forgiveness. Right? You could think about this from what happens if it does do something wrong? Right? Is that okay? There was a question earlier about using AI for relationship, right, and forgiveness, and we talked about agentic. So an unfortunate but true, story. Working with a customer that does automotive dealerships, and IT person is embracing all these technologies, doing all sorts of things with it, and they decided to set up a system that would respond to customer service emails, and it was all automated, just like you get lots of automated things. Well, it sent an email to a customer. The customer was irate to begin with, responded back saying, I do not want to talk to an AI bot, all this type of stuff, responded back very heated and upset. Well, this agent responded back saying, I am not an AI bot. I am a AI virtual assistant and all these things. So then friend Luke, he had to get involved. He's like, we had to shut it off and teach it that you can't do that because now you had a customer that was even more upset, right? So they're upset first, and then it responded feeling like it was insulted, and they got called a bot when it's an AI assistant, right? So there is this thing of like this forgiveness, right? And when you think about, the agentic stuff was brought up, you can almost start to think about all software now being agentic, right? And just think about all of it being agentic. Whatever you're using, everything's going to have agents, and they're all kind of agentic. And then it becomes a spectrum of, basically risk portfolio and a risk profile of where do we let them be things that we completely control to things that are totally autonomous, right? If it schedules a meeting and it's off by a day, it's not the end of the world. I could contact that person and change the meeting. If it sends something to a customer autonomously, that could be business damage and have high risk. If it perhaps went and put a bid on a car on eBay for me, that would be high risk, right? So you think about them on this spectrum of how willing are you to be okay with the decision that gets made and what it does, right? It's important, I think, to think about this as human in the loop. Love the idea of what's been talked about from like the education of using it to co-create, right? It's a human in the loop. Al has said that, I like to say the phrase of like, outsource the typing, but not the thinking, right? So still you're responsible for the thinking part, right? If you're building a presentation that AI has helped you build, you are still responsible for the thinking and the design and what goes into that, even if it typed, right? If you're old enough to remember like IBM had a product called Dragon Naturally Speaking like 20-something, 30-something years ago, right? It was speech recognition. It was the same thing. It would go from speech and to type it into a document for you. So we've been working at these things for a really long time. How do you do it? So you think about this like from the forgiveness side. So if you think about this as like, a real type of use case, if you will, like here's an example of like a contractor that hated email. Right? So how many times have you used someone that is going to build something for you or do work around the house or something, and you're chasing people for a quote, right? Or it doesn't happen, right? Very common thing. Common in like lots of professions. As Al said, we're working with a customer, and we asked even the president of the company 3 days ago to send me an NDA before I travel there next week to work with them. Still have yet to receive it. When it's like, we'll have it this afternoon. Like that should just be somewhere that you could attach a file, right? But it's obviously a pain point for them to think about these things. So as an example, like a local contractor does, like say 8 to 12 quotes a week. Well, they don't like sending email. They get home, they're tired, all these types of things. Email doesn't go out, right? But you think about that from, does it meet the needs of, say, frequency? Yeah, it's happening enough and it's repetitive. The friction, clearly they have friction with it. The format of it, it's text, it's an email and a quote for their services. Right? And forgiveness, yeah, it's, they could correct it, and it's probably not that bad if it's slightly off in some of the things, right? We're used to seeing emails that sometimes aren't extremely polished, right? And people sometimes write in different styles, right? So now you could have a real simple prompt and do something where it could almost be certainly done in an agentic way, or use, poke, things like that, to say, put together an email for customer A, here's my services. Right? All of a sudden that becomes a pretty simple process that they could then approve and send. All right, so you kind of go through this process and do that. How am I doing on time? I never started my timer. It's terrible. Said I was going to use it, but then I didn't start it. Right, so you just think about it in this fashion. The cost of waiting another year, right? This stuff is here. And I spoke the other night with Al at a different meeting and said, look, this is the worst AI you're ever going to use, right? What you see today is the worst, right? And so it's going to constantly get better. Every day it improves, right? Every day you could push and challenge these things. It was only, a couple of years ago, I can remember my partner and I sitting around, and she doesn't use these tools at all. She, it just has different views on some of the stuff at all, and doesn't believe in some of the hype or other stuff. But we started asking, and you could use things in different environments to test different models. And it was only a couple of years ago, you could ask like 3 or 4 models, tell me Abraham Lincoln's age when he took office. And each one would give you a different age. And sometimes they weren't right, at all, and they would have all these problems. Those problems are being solved, right? Hallucination will be solved. These things will get better and better and faster, right? So today you're using the worst, right, of what you're going to use compared to tomorrow or next month or in a year, right? So they are going to change, and it's going to impact businesses for sure, but much more of how do we think about working? And I like to, strongly believe that it improves our ability to have freedom to create and to do more, right? And to have the relationships that it can't do, right? It's just not possible, right? So I think if you look at it, right, it's like find some use case to do, pick something between, now and next Friday, try it, and then go ahead and track it and see, like, did it change? Did it help? Can I do it again? Can I do it with something bigger? Don't be afraid to experiment with it. Clearly, if you give it full permission of your computer, then it could break things, right? But if you're giving it simpler tasks to do, where you know that you could review it or it's not going to break something, then I'd encourage you to kind of just keep iterating on this and learn how to use these tools. A lot of them you could use for free, right? And you could think about and at least get started with. So I did have a handout. I think I'll just assume that I'm close to time. I have no idea what time it is. I think I'm close. But I'll go ahead and open it up for questions if you have, and of course I'll be at a table as well. So questions about this, other AI stuff? Nothing. All right. Oh, yep. Sorry, I couldn't see with the light above you.
I'm setting up a voice AI agent for our call tracking metrics for
Yeah, so the risk of it being wrong and the risk of them getting either interacting with it. I mean, you could do customer surveys for things. You could give people an option, right? So you could ask people to, have an option as to which way they route. Most people are not going to probably choose. So if you could have a system where you could do your own kind of testing with that and route certain customers through voice and certain customers through a human and see what the resolution time is. There's a huge push for, obviously, you see things like, hey, customer service is all going away and all going to be automated. I think I've interacted with like 1 or 2 customer service AI agents in the last year that it was actually a pleasant experience that worked. Right? So I would route people and see and then measure it that way. Right? I think you need to have the data, and the easiest way would just be kind of like A/B tests of like, we route X percent of people here, and this is the resolution. We route people here, because you're going to have to continue to enhance that and continue to make that better. Right? And to figure out how do you make that a better experience for the user as well as the accuracy of the data. Would be an approach that I would take. Okay. There's nothing else? Oh. I think there's always going to be experimentation and changing. I mean, that's happened with technology all the time, right? Software changing, software evolving, technology changing. We don't use the same laptops we used, a year ago, 3 years ago, right? That's constantly changing. If you look at some of that, that will change. If you look at like NVIDIA, right, that you see like in the news and everything, before all like the AI, boom and all these things that have happened, they were still producing new chips at almost at every 6-month clip. And that was driven by the gamers desiring better and better graphics. So they were constantly innovating, but your interaction with that never changed. So I think you're going to see that constant innovation that's going to happen. I think some of the hype that you see will disappear at a certain point, kind of like the whole, .com bubble and everything else, right? There was a whole lot of hype, a lot of stuff went away, but the fundamentals of what came about during that time are still the same. Right? We now have even better infrastructure and things like that. So some of the core principles stayed. The interaction and the conversational experience, I think that's going to continue to evolve. And you're going to continue to have it. And continue to have more of this conversational experience. I think people have certainly, in a way, spoken of they prefer to interact in a conversational way with the technology than typing something in. Right? And it's made it much more accessible to everyday business user, to everyday people, and to like a business user to be accessible. So I think there's going to be a constant change in this technology. There's a tremendous amount of research. I think we're just scratching the surface on what could be done in the research that lies ahead. So I think you're going to see it constantly evolve. And that's why I say that, think about it as what are you trying to solve, and keep in mind that those tools are going to change. Right? It was only a handful of years ago you didn't have a self-driving car, right? So if you have kids in elementary school today, I mean, they may never drive a car with a steering wheel, right? It just may not be around, right, or be a thing. Right? I have kids that are older in college now, but I used to tell them that you're never going to drive with a steering wheel, and they used to get scared. But obviously that isn't there now, but it's not far off, right? It's still in this, probably 10 years, 15 years, maybe there isn't, but you're still going to have that same job he's trying to get done of I need to get somewhere. Right, so yeah, this technology is going to continue to accelerate, I think, the pace of innovation. So just think about the task you're trying to do, and not the hype that you see of people talking about all these crazy things that they think you could do.
Okay, so here's the plan. That was awesome. So I'm super thankful for it. I love that it was such a practical framework. Like, pick your task and build through that, as opposed to like it can feel so big. Like for me, I was talking with Tim earlier, and like Brian's ladder, I think I'm on the first 2 rungs of that. And sometimes it's hard to think about what does that 3rd and 4th rung look like in my life. So this gives you the practical framework of how do you take those next steps. So I really appreciate that. So what we're going to do is we are going to take about 10 minutes now where you guys can stretch your legs, you can get some refreshments, and then we're going to come back in 10 minutes for our keynote speaker, which is going to be incredible. And then we will, after the keynote, we will have lunch, and we're going to have the table sessions where you can talk with the people as well and just ask all the questions that we've got. So we're going to take 10 minutes. Please be back in here at 10:25, just like my classes, and then we'll start with our keynote session. Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning before the keynote begins. Thank you. Please make your way back to your tables. Please make your way back to your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can make our way back to the tables, we're going to get started with the keynote. So y'all, this is the moment. I've been waiting for not to overhype this, but since we came up with the idea for this conference, literally Charles was the first person that we reached out to talk about this, to even see if it was a good idea or not. And from the get-go, he's been nothing but crazy supportive. I've known Charles Lee for 20 years, and he is genuinely one of the most, he balances wisdom, both in life and in business, with a genuine care for people in a way that is very rare to find in any industry. We desire to care for people, but it's really hard to actually live that out, right? Like, we get busy on our stuff. I have never once interacted with Charles in any way where it was like he always pursues excellence and people and balances those incredibly well. So our keynote speaker for today is Charles Lee. He is the founder and CEO of Ideation, which is a company that helps leaders and organizations turn vision into action through strategic clarity, innovation, and strong brand execution. He has worked with leaders in nearly every market segment that you can think of, from technology and venture capital to healthcare, nonprofits, academics, and public institutions. And he is also the author of Good Idea, Now What? And the upcoming, which you will probably see around in the room, Design Your Good Life. This is I am incredibly excited to welcome to the stage Mr. Charles Lee.
Okay, how do you present after that? That's crazy. By the way, the book's not even out yet. April 28th is coming out, so enjoy the early copy. And later we'll actually, I think, have a few minutes to talk about the book, which honestly, personally, I'm busy talking about all of our clients. And so it's always odd when I'm creating products and selling products. So thanks for entertaining the book. Hopefully it provides benefit. And towards the end, I'll kind of explain why the book was written and such. But I am not an AI expert. I don't think anybody is, honestly. I do work with a lot of brands across industries that probably most people would recognize the brands. And this, of course, has been a topic of strategic conversation over the last several years. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about, not so much about the tech, although what we do often is kind of track what's happening around the world, both in economics, technology, what's happening in geopolitical situations, which is very complicated right now. And what we do is we try to inform our clients to make better decisions based on what we think is going to come on the horizon, what's already here, what they're already late on, and such. So it is very hard and it's in flux, and I can't say I know a lot, but I know a few things. So I thought what it might be good is to take a step up and give you sort of like almost a meta view of what might be shifting right now because of AI. Also, what that means for day-to-day work as human beings. And then I'm going to echo actually some of the things that were already spoken today, which is, I think, good reinforcement. And towards the end, I'll open it up. I'll set you up and then open up for some questions practically about tactics if you want. Or if you want to enter like existential questions about our future, I gladly do that, you know. I actually had the privilege of teaching at this university years ago, philosophy. So if you want to get into like worldviews and metaphysics and how to justify your belief about AI, gladly do that as well, okay? But we'll probably lose half of you. So here's the AI shift at scale, okay? Here's what's happening in the US. 57% of US work hours are technically, right now, can be automated, which means we're probably wasting a lot of time in some of our work hours, but it's possible. And the other thing is 23.2 million American jobs already are at least 50% automated. And automation is not the same thing as AI. Automation is usually aligned with things that are repetitive actions that a machine can do, right? AI is supposed to also be somewhat generative in the ideas that it produces. But, you know, that just shows like out of the 160 million jobs, a good portion of maybe a seventh of it, and out of those seventh, like a lot of those can actually be half the time. And this is why like companies like Amazon are somewhat cutting the workforce, but planning to double their production, right? So there is this reality, and some of you are college students here literally right now. You are experiencing, if you're 22 to 27, 7.1% unemployment. Because a lot of these replaceable jobs are early entry-level career jobs, positions. And that's 3% higher than the average unemployment rate. And when you look at other countries like China, different countries out there, a lot of the unemployment of this age group is actually in double digits. So there is a significant challenge of what this means practically for the human race and what careers look like. It's not that uncommon that college students are applying to over 1,000 jobs and only getting a handful of callbacks. And so I know it's dark right now. This is dark, but there are some opportunities. Actually, there's a $2.9 trillion potential value of creating human AI partnerships and new business ideas that are upswing. It's kind of interesting. Because of AI, I think our GDP will go up a couple of percentage points, but so will unemployment for a short term anyway. That's never happened in history. Right? Those numbers don't actually go up together. And so we are living in a unique time, but people are projecting, according to the World Economic Forum, is that there will be over 92 million jobs displaced all around the world. This is a global number, but another 170 million created because of this new technology. So there may be a net gain in the long term, at least going to 2030. But in the short term, everyone's trying to figure this out. And there's significant work being here. And on top of that, like the 8 billionaires who run the world? Did you know that more than 1 in 4 federal lobbyists in the US are working on AI issues? That means 1 out of 4 lobbyists in the United States, a little bit more than 1 in 4, are working to push agendas around AI. Okay? So I want you to know this is not like I want to just generate a new image that's funny so I could post on social. The implications of all of these, because it's a business, right? And so far AI hasn't created the ROI the companies have wanted. And so all the companies are burning money right now. So there is an urgency to get ahead of this. And here's the untold story of the shift, because now companies are busy doing shifting, if you will. In 2025, AI usage went up 13%, but confidence in AI dropped by 18%. Right? Because it's not there yet. It doesn't mean it doesn't have the power to help in the many ways that were presented here. I think those are all great. But consumer confidence in AI has definitely dropped over the last 18 months. And that's in part because of some of the moral challenges, some of the ethical guidelines, privacy, security issues, private companies, giving data to the government. What does that mean for surveillance in even as citizens? Are you okay with being, having surveillance on the things you do because you use a particular LLM or a platform? So these are like real issues. And then the other practical challenge is 56% of workers globally are not being trained in the AI that's being implemented. So companies are implementing the various technology without the training. So now you can imagine, and I think some of the speakers alluded to this, you have multiple various types of platforms. I mean, we've worked with companies that work very closely with companies like Palantir and how like, creating AI operating systems and such. And it's very complicated. It's complicated when, regardless of what you think about Doge, these young kids generally just came in to make cuts, but they had trouble actually speaking to the data systems because the data systems were so old. So there's like lots of different ways that this can be a challenging endeavor. So I'm not here to make an argument that AI will I think it will change all of our worlds. That's just the reality, because there's too many external force powers that will push it forward whether or not you like it or not. That's just kind of the reality. And there may be some things we can do, but I'm not quite sure yet. Okay? So just being honest. But here's the thing about AI, just when you think about it, this is the way I think about it is, AI is generally more about remixing things than it is about invention. It's really more about task completion than it is about creativity. In fact, there was a professor in University of South Australia. He did a whole study around human creativity as well as technological creativity, and he found that he did a scale from like 0 to 1, 1 being like the most phenomenal creatives in the world, and it started to track all the data, all the various characteristics, all the variables, and then he concluded that AI currently anyway, and it may change in the future, but currently is at 0.25. Right now, it's kind of at the amateur level of a creative. That's why you could already tell what's AI or not sometimes, right? You may not even be an artist, but you're like a professional viewer, right? It's like people like, oh, I don't like that song. Based on what? Well, I just don't like it. Because we're professional listeners, right? But I think what's terrible, and we see it in our business because we have a creative studio as part of our business, and we help like companies that actually invest in the latest AI design companies. But who do they come to when they want to promote that partnership? I said in jest, why don't you guys use the company you're investing in to generate the graphics? But they still come to us. Because there's something about, like, even in creativity, like human intuition, a sense. I think we're talking in the back, about like, there are people who care about typeface and why it's important in certain environments versus not. Why the psychology of color. And all of these kinds of things that you could probably prompt, but not to the level of sophistication that's sometimes required to communicate to an audience in an effective way. So will it get there? I don't know, because I feel like creativity will always have certain elements that seem like non-material, non-physical, and combine that with a designer's experience, their perspective about the world, what they think, which problem they're solving with their design, for example. Those are all factors that will make humans uniquely human, I think, forever. And AI currently right now is really about velocity, a lot about velocity, instead of critical thinking. And you can kind of see this like in pre-common generative AI usage. When someone sat down and they did a study about this, and they were asked to brainstorm ideas, the average person would come up with like 8 to 12 ideas for a problem. Post-chat, if you will, I'll just attack OpenAI. Post-chat, the numbers are 3 to 5 unique ideas. So we are literally handing over our ability to invent to some extent. The erosion, like, college students who write papers solely on AI, usually some research has shown that college students who just like use AI to write their papers have less of a unique perspective, less critical thinking skills, have more difficulty making an argument or holding a position. Because in order to have critical thinking skills, it takes time. It takes wrestling over the concept from multiple angles, and it forces your brain and your mind to flex in ways that can only flex if there's discomfort. And so critical thinking is going to be not always there, because AI will use whatever data set you give it to remix and reproduce things that may be new in the sense like you didn't think of it at the moment, but not new in the sense of like it's never been thought before. So, but I think our enemy is not AI or new technology. I think it's our willingness to surrender our human agency and our influence within businesses. I think we just got to be very cautious about handing over the keys to people we've never met, with values we've never seen. And so just being mindful of that. Here's the tension, and I think Al, you may have alluded to one of these points, I think, is you can keep in mind you need kind of both. Is short-term efficiency, great. I think anything you could do in a business to like, businesses generally want to do one of three things: increase profit, lower cost, mitigate risk, right? It's usually in those three buckets. So you want to think about short-term efficiency, and I think AI can help you do that. But you also want to think about like long-term effectiveness. Is what you're creating valuable for the future? Also, it's going to be a constant balance between AI reliance and human development. And I think we see kind of a little bit of the early shift. I mean, recently Microsoft committed $4 billion to train, I think, 20 million of its employees to become efficient in AI. So people realize that even if you have the tools, you've got to develop the human beings to use the tools. So it's not just exciting if you're a leader of a small company, you just show up and say, hey, we're just going to use Claude now, without any attached training. And here's the great thing about this whole learning is most people, they say, this was last year, so numbers may have changed now, but like 9 out of 10 people spend less than 10 hours learning about AI. So you have actually a competitive opportunity to take a course. There are a lot of great courses out there that you can take around just kind of learning some of the basics, because this is not like something you're going to do on the side. This is kind of the world you live in. It's like asking the question years ago, like, should I learn how to use a phone? It's just going to be a part of our culture because of, once again, the 7 main tech companies and the 8 billionaires who run it will force this on us whether we like it or not. Okay? So it's your responsibility to know how to respond to that in a way that makes sense and is aligned to your purpose and values. And then the tension between the speed of integration, because it seems like every week all the LLMs are basically learning from each other. And it's becoming sort of like a commodity, right? You could just pick it up. It doesn't matter if you use Chat or Jasper or whatever else you want to use. You could probably end up in a place where it's kind of similar output. And so speed of integration is there, but also is safety and trust. And I'll talk a little bit more about safety and trust in a moment. So what does this mean? And then in a moment I'll open up for questions. But human agency in the midst of AI, I would say the way I think about it is I think about 3 areas. Are like a business approach to AI and what it impacts. A leadership focus, what this means for the leadership in your company or your organization, and then personally at a skill set development, what I need to maybe focus on. So here's what I mean by a business approach. I think we ought to always think about the future value of our business. And things like technology, economic realities, will impact what value creation that we create. And people who just think about their value currently often miss opportunities because they're not trying to think a couple of steps ahead. And when we think about AI, as you think about it, is you have a tool that could help you be a little bit more predictive. And I think that's actually a good thing. But the future value, I promise, will not just be AI, it will be human plus AI. In fact, some brands are starting to stamp that it's human verified, or you know, that it's like this is a human experience. And that's being part of, like, you see some early signs of companies talking like that. Like that service, customer service is human, you know? And so it becomes a marketing point for them. The other thing is, this is more than a technology project, it is a human project. And I think to some of the points made earlier, if you don't have the leadership, if you don't have the systems, if you don't have the organization, if you don't have the values, policies, and those are all challenging. I work with lots of different law firms, and so I work with a lot of lawyers. Never wanted to in my life, but you know, they think about a lot of actually really helpful things, because there is a liability that's created with this new technology. Simultaneously, states are lobbying for certain regulatory practices and policies. Federal government, I think, has one of the largest lobbying groups. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce lobbies all the time because they don't necessarily want states to go ahead of the federal government. So everyone's kind of vying for position, but there's implications of IP, security, privacy. So it's beyond the fun, it's actually a lot of work to stay focused on how you can best serve your company. So it's more than technology, but it's about people development. I'm encouraging leaders all the time. You got to develop your people. Because as far as last time I checked, like, human beings still have like things like judgment, I don't know, experience, memory, although some of us are losing some of that. And then a business approach as it relates to AI is really, this is the human part of it, I think, is, yeah, I think it will always be experimentation. I think you're right in responding that it will always be experimentation. That's just, it's a tool, it's not a product, in other words. It's a tool you use to create products, generate products, do those kinds of things. But experimentation, I think transparency is going to be more important than ever as people become more knowledgeable, because your employees will want to know, what are you doing with all the data I'm inputting as I'm doing my sales call. Also accountability, like who's accountable for what? And then safety is really important, because I think team members and employees need to feel that their company is, that it's a safe environment in which they can not only use AI, but be rest assured that it's an accountable, responsible kind of usage. And people who don't feel safe at work tend to be less productive. So safety in the workplace it motivates people and actually produces more outcome. Leadership focus. I think with this is like moving from the role of an oracle or of someone who has the knowledge to someone who actually, because when you're talking, people can just get on chat, right? And fact check you, right? And your team members are probably already doing that. So it's not the information, but can you actually become a mentor to them because you have more experience, maybe if you're above them, you have new perspectives, but you also welcome them as actually a source of creativity. And then now we are moving from just leading people to leading agents, and leading robots, depending on the work that you do. And so now leadership have like multi-tier usage, and you could Google this, but McKinsey did a great report on AI and just kind of the human role in it last year, and in there it talks about like different industries where the numbers are kind of swaying as it relates to where to focus on, people versus agents versus robots. But just to kind of know, like, these are options. But yeah, I think it's very going to be more commonplace in the next year. I have several friends who started companies and all their employees are agents. I think was it Brian who talked about that? Yeah, it's a team of agents. One lady, a friend of mine, she started a snack company for like, cats and dogs, and she has no employees. Everything's done through AI agents. So just to kind of think like it might be possible. A friend of mine leads UC Berkeley's, I was talking to him yesterday, UC Berkeley's AI integration efforts in their education. And he was telling me like, yeah, this whole semester he's been just training his AI agent for each of his classes and putting in all the information, all the lectures, all the discussions, all the recordings, all the audio and everything like that so that he could hand the course to someone else who's going to teach it after him so that they could ask the agent and not him. So part of it was him saving time, but it's like really leveraging it so that it becomes a practical tool for the next person who's coming in. Imagine if you did that at work for your position, you know. We've tasted the pain of like someone leaving, but they took all of the intel. So, and then vision, like humanize the vision. In other words, like include human beings in your vision. Don't let a machine just tell you what your vision is or just justify your vision. But human beings are incredible resources of creativity, new perspectives. And all of you sitting here have such a unique collection of experiences and moments in life that can't be mimicked by a machine. And so I hope that you don't forget how unique you are and the potential you have as you lead others. And the skill set development, I won't spend too much time on it. This was already mentioned, critical thinking, social and emotional intelligence. But these take time to develop. I don't know, were you born with? Like my wife reminds me all the time, like no emotional intelligence. You know, I mean, it's just like, it takes time to learn. You get better. I'm getting there. But also adaptive intelligence, which speaks to like being able to look at the output of AI and actually being able to critique it. And not just taking it at its word, but questioning it, verifying the facts, having further conversations about weaknesses about a particular framework it just produced. What are some concrete examples? Are those examples actual? So I think just upskilling our development will help you. So if you're 22 if you're like, I don't know, you're a junior right now and thinking about a career, all these skills will become vital. And I think companies will kind of start to see that you still need to hire smart people who can work with tools. And these are skill sets to develop. So your agency, I think, could shape the future of AI to some level, or at least shape the future of your business. And so I just want to encourage you, like, don't let go of being human. We need humans more than ever. And far as I can tell, I think you're really here. So thank you for making the time to be here. I'm going to open up for questions, and then Andy's going to come up and we'll have a short conversation. But any immediate questions or thoughts, or how are you feeling from when you started this morning at 8:30 to now? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Especially among the group that has the most distrust right now are people in their early 20s. So I think that will have implications eventually. You're either going to have a lot of angry people who feel like that's not the way to go for the future of business, or you're going to have companies that are going to have to adjust to that sentiment. So I think you're going to hear a lot of language. Like I was at CES, which is a big tech conference in Vegas every year in January, and I was there, and then so many people talked about being like the importance of being human, and that was not the case the year before. So I was very encouraged that people are like, okay, let's not forget people in the midst of like, because there are some real threats. There are environmental threats with the way, unless we are able to produce the amount of like energy required, whether it's nuclear, hydro, whatever the case may be. We're finding there's heavy opposition to data centers being built in cities because cities hurt when the initial build is done. Electricity in some cities that data centers are built in go up 250%. So there's like a lot of implications, like good technology. But that's with tech. Like sometimes the idea doesn't come to life. There may be great AI ideas right now, but there may be regulatory challenges. I know some of my friends who worked at like flying cars and such. It's not that technology isn't there. It's that cities don't want flying cars going over their homes. So I think there's going to be multi-tier technology regulatory challenges in the years to come. Yes. Yeah, AI surprised me. During COVID, used to be a social platform called, I mean, I guess still there. No one's on it now, but Clubhouse. You guys remember Clubhouse? Anyone? And it was it was weird because it was the highest concentration of people in tech and VC that just all happened to be there because I think we all had time during COVID. And when I first heard like the testing, I forget the gentleman in the back, you gave me a business card with a phone number to call. And Ernest, okay, yeah. And you talk to a virtual person, right? When I first heard that, this was like 5 years ago, I guess. It was amazing. The lady, and we were all testing out like how she would respond to questions, and it was just so phenomenal. It felt like you were talking to a real human being. Since then, now I'm more not so much shocked, but I'm thinking about the implications. Like you see, for example, like neither here or there, whatever you think about marriage. Marriage is, at least childbirth is going down, like California, 0.5%, I think, right now. We work with some school districts, and so that's becoming a huge financial challenge projecting down the road, right? But people, I think, can easily opt out for kind of humanoid robots instead of real children. I think relationally, you see some of that happening already. You add the artificial part of a artificial like boyfriend, girlfriend's already there. So, and it's real, right? But then you add a physical robot body that looks human, and then you're going to start, I think, you're just going to start to see like very interesting outflows of technology that it's not surprising but it's surprising, you know? So for me, I'm very curious about what does that mean for human relationship. Right now, I think half of young men have never asked a girl out. It's all via, obviously, apps and connections. But if you have never never felt rejection in a physical sense, like, hey, you want to go out? No. So, but I think we are on the verge of the implications of all this tech that's so helpful at one level, and yet, but then who's going to guard the line? Because there's so much money on those who are producing it. So sorry, part of me is very like cautionary as we think about this. Maybe one more, and then we'll, yeah. Yeah, I think AI, I don't know, you could always choose to be who you want to project yourself to be. So I think it's always been a challenge for human beings from the past, either because you have like say work conditions where you got to show up as a slightly different version than you normally are at home or something. I think you already see it online, where people have, ask any teenager, they have like multiple accounts for any channel. And it's somewhat like some do it because they can be more transparent with a certain set of people, and others do it because they want to project a certain like 1A version of themselves. And so I think that's always going to be a human challenge. So I don't know, like AI will accelerate our ability to hide ourselves. Or I suppose I guess you could still choose to be you. But it is a challenge. So I don't know what the solution is, but it's hard to tell because people you meet online, sometimes they are who they are, and a lot of times they're not. So I think we're going to have to kind of discern what authenticity means. But to a certain extent, that's always been true of human beings, right? Because sometimes people say, you got to show up as the best version of yourself. Which version is that? I don't know. Right? Is that you or some other you? So I think the fact that you're thinking about that question, I think gives me hope. If you stop thinking about that, it's going to be dangerous. All right, Andrew.
Maybe. Yep. Hey, awesome. One, thank you. Like, I think this is a perfect summation of everything today. Like, getting to just dive into like with the exciting things that we're getting into, the how do we think about it, but keeping it about people is ultimately what this is really about. Like, if we're gonna do AI right, like on all of our posters, what if we get AI right? Getting AI right is remembering people and being fully human in the process. So, and you also said the thing. I have like 15 questions about what you said, but I want to like we'll have time to talk like afterwards with all of our speakers. But I do want to hit on the book because you said a thing. You said it's about people development, and I think you kind of hit on your life theme there. Like I don't know if that is actually your life theme, but it should be. So, and this book is really a lot about that.
Yeah.
Like it embraces that. So, could you talk to us a little bit about what the book is and what drove you to put it onto page?
Thanks for asking the question, Andy.
Yeah, of course.
So sorry, it sounds like I'm selling, which I am. But one of the reasons I wrote this book was because I wanted to emphasize that we still have a certain level of agency in creating the life. Because if we're not careful, our lives and our careers just go adrift, and we end up in places that we never planned to be. But this is not a formula. I call it Design Your Good Life, and I'm not trying to define what a good life is because there's so many factors. Like when I did research for this book, it depends. Do you come from an Eastern background, a Western background? Did you grow up with siblings? There's so many things that maybe you didn't have much, so your good life is getting a lot more stuff. Whatever the case may be, is I wanted to kind of create a framework to help people take some proactive action and some decisions. And so there's like a lot of like little research, like for example, one on like curiosity in the brain. If you want to spark something, that idea of curiosity and the science behind it too, and what it does to our brain, our happiness, our health, mental and physical health. It's crazy that there's like enough evidence out there to show how powerful curiosity is. But what generally happens in life with curiosity? It's awesome when you're 3. Right, or even like jobs, right? I think I write about this in the book where you apply for a job and they're encouraging curiosity, like what are you learning, blah blah blah. But statistically, 6 months in, most people kind of give that up because they realize that curiosity is not incentivized, and it's easier to align because you can make more, and you don't disrupt, and so you can then multiply by 10 years in an organization. And suddenly you're kind of possibly a shell of what you thought you were curiously. So this book is hopefully like saying like, this book's not about, and I tell companies all the time, not about telling your employees to leave. Because they're always like, well, what if they read this book and leave? And I'm like, no, it was aligning our passions and our purposes and building legacy in a more meaningful way.
It's funny, we have this conversation in our classes all the time about like, we encourage creativity, but then it's like, they're like, I still have a GPA I need to get. I still need to keep my scholarship. So I think it's a real tension. And I think what you do so well is you give practical edges to that. And so the book, getting to flip through it before when it came in, I know there's kind of a framework there, and you have an awesome trailer online as well. So if you guys checked out the trailer for the book, but you have a framework in there that it's both for like if you're just starting stuff off, or if you've been in the game for a long time, you're at that 10-year spot where the creativity has died off. Like, would you mind like introducing a bit of the framework or like showing off a little bit of what that looks like?
Yeah, so this is just a framework that really makes the book. And the way I thought about this is whatever you deem your good life to be, you're most likely going to be in one of 3 phases. One is maybe at the beginning of just sparking something. And each of the phases has a particular mindset to focus on, a skill set to develop, a drive to keep you going, and then an output you're pursuing. So for example, spark is for people who feel like something's on the verge coming, or maybe it's time for change, you kind of get stuck. And the mindset there is curiosity. So there's a lot in the book about like how to re-engage curiosity in life. And then developing a skill set of ideation. I know that's the name of our company, but it's really like, how do you connect when you start being curious and all these opportunities come up, ways of thinking, how do you connect the dots so that you could drive towards clarity that gives an output of some semblance of directional purpose. Not perfect purpose, but if you know you're going into left field, that's far better than knowing that you're going into the stands, right? So I think that kind of output, and then once, if you're a person who already kind of senses like, this is what I think I'm about, these are my values, what I want to drive to, it's a phase called actualize, where it's about how do you develop a mindset of like that's highly biased towards action. What are some of the best practices around implementation, and then creating proof of the value creation. So I talk a lot about like, how's value created? Usually you're removing a pain point for someone else or creating a gain for them. So like going from like not just having a proof of concept, because there's plenty of like good ideas, but creating a proof of value behind your idea is a different endeavor. So it kind of does the shift from proof of concept to proof of value, so that at the outcome of that would be is whenever you enter a room, you actually know what you're bringing to the table. So the level of confidence certain people move in is extraordinary because they've done the work. Some people can fake it and you may get lucky and successful to a certain point, but there has to be a point where you actually master a couple of things, or maybe even one thing. And then from there, if you've done that, there's a good chance you've kind of tasted some level of fulfillment and success. And that's where I want to focus on influence on the next phase is, not like an influencer, but creating influence where your mindset's about contribution. And skill set is how do you curate your resources, your finances, your relationships to build the kind of impact that's meaningful in the world. So it's moving from being the best in the world in something to being the best for the world in something. So it's kind of like that shift. So if you do that, the outcome should be legacy, whether in your lifetime or through your kids or your network or your community. People they may not remember you, but they will be impacted by the life you've created. So that's kind of like, in a nutshell, the good life.
That's awesome. I almost like. I'm glad we're closing with this because it's like it's killer. But like this would have also been a perfect way to start the day too. Because like this, this framework's literally what we're talking about today, right? Yeah. Like some of us are coming in at that spark place with AI, and we're like, "What is this thing?" Right? But then we're starting to figure out, maybe I can apply this to a little thing in my life. Yeah. Maybe we're already using it, but how do we get better? And then like when you're in the spaces where you've been playing with it for a long time, how can you pass that along? How can you help to shape that future conversation? So wherever you guys are at, like. Both with building your good life, but also with our conversation. Like, I think this is just a great framework in general to live by.
Yeah, this is not, you could use this not just in your professional pursuits, but say you're a parent of a teenager and you build stronger relationships, you feel disconnected. I think it starts with curiosity about your child. So we actually tested this across like 30 different individuals from 30 different backgrounds, just to see if it works in different settings. This is not about people who have a lot of resources necessarily, because we found people who are built incredible legacies that don't have the financial backings of some of the other people kind of applying this. So it's meant to be a general guideline. I don't want to be a guru. This is just hopefully a helpful visual framework to kind of walk you through practically.
That's awesome. Well, somehow you've also managed to be a guru, even desiring not to. Quick little thing, if we have our student helpers, if we have you guys meet Professor Bird in the back of the room. But as the first 50 people who made it today got a free copy of the Design Your Good Life book, which is awesome. We want to say thank you for those. And you're starting out the rollout, like it goes live on the 28th, correct? And so, would you mind talking us through, like, I'm curious personally, like, what does the rollout of a book look like? Like, are you doing like traveling around the country talking about it, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I'm traveling to different cities around the country talking about it. Yeah, if I could just ask for one favor, since you got a free book because of this event, is one, if you could read it. Wait, I'm speaking to the guys, especially right now, because on average, men only read to chapter 5. I hope you read it, and then I hope you use it as a resource for your teams and such, because the way the chapters are relatively short chapters, personal story, research and insights, and practical how to work through that concept. So I'm hoping it'll be beneficial. Like, I promise I don't make a lot of money out of this book. My publisher will love you, but they get pretty much most of this. I do this because I feel like it's very important. And if you like it, please add a review. you probably, some of you already know, some of you have written books. That helps a ton, and just kind of keep getting the book out there on like Barnes and Noble or Amazon and such.
So so Amazon and Barnes and Noble, are you selling for your personal site as well?
No, because it's not going to be cheaper. So I know like pricing fluctuates depending on which site you're on or which day. So good luck. Yeah, but what I can commit to you, at least to this group, is if you ever have like a quick question about something, email me. I think my email's in the book somewhere, but you'll have to find it. Go ahead.
The book. It's buried in chapter 6.
Or find me online, send me a quick note, gladly respond as quickly as possible. I'm pretty good with communication, so yeah.
That's a huge value.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Are there any questions on the book or the framework? I want to at least give space for that too. Everyone smells Chick-fil-A in the back too.
Yeah.
No, but please.
You know, it's kind of silly. Like, you know, like sometimes when you talk with people, after you say something about what you've done and such, it sounds so much better than you thought. So much better than you know it is, right? It's never as good as people think it is, your life, and it's never as bad as you think it is. Right? I feel like truth is in the middle somewhere. And so I had a lot of, especially like young entrepreneurs over the years or business people come and say, hey, it seems like your business is going well, judging by what we see, and you know, when we meet your family, so you have a great relationship with your kids, they still like you, that you are deeply involved in, you know, projects that do good in the world. Like, how did you do that? How did you achieve like financial security? All those kinds of things to do what they think it's their interpretation of a good life, not mine, but theirs. And so I started thinking like, oh yeah, what makes a good life? So I started reading a ton of books about like what happiness, and you know, that Harvard study over 85 years around happiness and what people ultimately said made them most fulfilled. So those kinds of things, and I realized, man, but I think people needed like a practical framework to think through, and I couldn't really find a visual model for it in the books I was reading. That kind of led to about a year of research, and then half a year of outlining. And the book itself, by the time I got through outlining, I wrote it in 4 months. So, yep.
Can we ask what your definition of good life is?
Oh man. No, I think for me it is really like that idea of being the best for the world. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means like, you know, in my first book, Good Idea Now, what it was all about idea execution. But at the end, there are 2 questions that still linger today is, at the end of the day, what matters most to you? Invest in that every single day to the extent possible. There are seasons where you can't control your time, but there are still time you can control, because we'll always make time for things we value. So it's more of a value pursuit. Secondly is what's enough. And so even my wife and I, and we come from a faith context, so my wife and I, we actually know a number, physical, actual number of what's enough for us. So anything above that, that's caused us to like create a family foundation, really so for us, we try not to live at the lifestyle of what we make. And so we just said, hey, we're not the wealthiest people in the world, for example, financially, but we have an incredible network, and we're going to do what we can because we know what's enough for us in different stages of life. And so we're very grateful to God for where we are. So that's how we kind of define it. If we do that, if we have, you know, my wife and I would say, like, if we have good relationships with people we love, and we can contribute, play a small part in helping others that we don't know and will never meet, then I think it's a pretty good life. What else can you really ask for? Yeah.
I feel like there's a sequel to The Wonderful Life in there somewhere. We'll start writing that one next. But any other questions? I don't want to skip if anyone had a question. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Awesome. Well, Charles, thank you so much for your time. And to all of our speakers, to Al, to Andrew, to George, to Callista, to Brian, who's there in the back, and especially to Dennis for your generous contribution on the event. Look, we are incredibly thankful for your time. We're excited to get to hang out. So what's going to happen now is we actually have an army of students who are getting extra credit, they're going to be bringing out food to the table so you guys can start eating. Then in about 5-10 minutes, I'll pop back up, just kind of do a couple closing notes, and then our speakers will actually be out at tables here in the foyer, and you guys can talk. You can ask all the questions. You can catch up with them, and but that way we're going to fuel you and then get energized. But again, thank you guys all so much for coming out. Charles, thank you so much for sharing. Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to keep the conversations going, but I definitely don't want to miss an opportunity here just to do a couple quick thank yous as we're closing up. So I'm going to say we'll do closing stuff here. We'd love to keep the conversations going, and in 5 minutes or so, we'll have the presenters will be out in the hallway where you guys can connect with them. Akasi Labs has the AI photo booth there, so be sure you grab that. And Charles Lee will actually be out signing copies of the book if you'd like to connect with him to ask more questions about the framework. But I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you to each of you guys for coming out today. Like, this is, as a dad and who wants to figure out how to do this stuff for the future, this has been an awesome time to get to have conversations with you, to be inspired the way you guys are speaking into my students as a program, to how we're working together to create this conversation. I literally couldn't have imagined this going better. So you guys are awesome. So thank you to you guys. I definitely want to say thank you to Professor Jeff Bird, Professor Filippo Martellotti for their initial partnership on this with the business program. Shout out to Sylvia Melendez from the Chamber. We talked you up a little bit earlier, but like, you guys have been nothing but spectacular partners. Thank you for, we've had multiple people who are here who said we saw it on the Chamber site. And so thank you for your work with that. Definitely Dennis, thank you. Thank you for your generosity in making this thing available to everybody and being here today to be a part of what was going on. We're thankful for that. I also want to definitely shout out for LAPU. They have their AI in Action Conference coming up on April 22nd, correct? So if you guys want to keep the conversation going, we'll have the website on our website. You can track to there, and then we'll do a follow-up email, and we'll have a link in there for you guys to follow up on that. But thank you guys for being a part of this and partnering schools together. So that doesn't always happen in education, so we're very thankful for you guys. Another shout out to Charles Lee. Thank you for sharing your book with us. Thank you for being here today and presenting. And then one last shout out is just to LPU. This is not to like toot the horn of the school, but we put this on because we really want to connect with our community. And we recognize that sometimes it's hard when you're in education, you're just talking with your students, but we really want to be a support for what you guys are doing. Like, we're grateful, we're thankful to be a part of the San Dimas area and all of the communities around here. It's a beautiful place. The people here are awesome. And so we want to be a part of what you guys are doing. And if we can support you in anything, please let us know. LPU is here. We've been here since 1990. We plan to be here till 2090. I don't know. Hopefully longer than that. Like, yes, and Akasi Labs. Like, we would say thank you again for the seats on this. So with that, we're formally closing it, so we can turn off the stream. And then with that, we would love to keep the conversations going. Please keep in contact. And I'm really bad at goodbyes, so bye.